Creating merit is not a task reserved for grand ceremonies or distant mountaintops, but rather it is a living, breathing practice that unfolds in the very center of our daily existence, right where we stand among the ordinary things of life. It begins with the way we wake up, the quality of our first thought, and the soft intention we set before our feet even touch the cold floor, because every single interaction is an opportunity to plant a seed of kindness. We might imagine that to build a life of blessing, one must perform heroic deeds or possess vast wealth to give away, yet the truth is much more intimate and accessible to every one of us, regardless of where we find ourselves. Think of the small, unnoticed gestures, like the way you hold a door for someone whose hands are full, or the sincere smile you offer to a tired person behind a counter, for these are the building blocks of a luminous spirit. Merit is like the fragrance of a flower that lingers in a room long after the bloom has been removed, a sweet trace of presence that heals both the giver and the receiver without needing any recognition or applause. When we move through the world with an open heart, looking for ways to lighten the burdens of those around us, we are naturally aligning ourselves with the flow of the universe, creating a harmony that resonates far beyond what our eyes can see. There is an old, beautiful story from the time of the Enlightened One, concerning a very humble woman who lived on the outskirts of a bustling city, possessing nothing but a single, tattered cloth that she used to cover herself. She lived in such extreme poverty that she and her husband had to take turns leaving their small hut because they only had one garment between them, yet her heart remained as vast as the open sky. One day, she heard that a great teacher was passing through the nearby forest, offering words of wisdom that could liberate the mind from sorrow, and a sudden, powerful longing arose within her to offer something, anything, to show her gratitude for the truth. With tears in her eyes and trembling hands, she took the only thing she owned, that single piece of worn fabric, and folded it with the utmost reverence, hiding behind a bush so she could toss it toward the path where the monks would walk. She offered it with a mind so pure and a devotion so absolute that the air around her seemed to shimmer with the weight of her sincerity, and even though she was left with nothing to cover her body, her soul felt as though it had been draped in the finest silk. That tiny act of giving, born from a place of total lack but infinite love, created a ripple of merit so profound that it reached the ears of the king, who later sought her out to honor her incredible spirit. This reminds us that the value of our actions is never measured by the size of the gift, but by the depth of the intention and the purity of the heart that lets go of its own needs to serve another. In our modern lives, we may not be offering our only clothing, but we offer our time, our listening ear, and our patience, which are often the most precious garments we can share in a world that feels increasingly hurried and cold. When you sit with a friend who is going through a difficult season, listening to their story without judging or trying to fix it immediately, you are practicing a high form of merit, for you are providing a sanctuary of presence. Your silence, filled with empathy and warmth, becomes a healing balm for their weary mind, and in that quiet exchange, you are both lifted by the simple grace of human connection. We do not need to wait for a special occasion to be helpful, as every moment provides a canvas where we can paint a stroke of goodness, whether it is by picking up a piece of litter on the sidewalk or by speaking a word of encouragement to a colleague who feels discouraged. These tiny sparks of light, when gathered over a lifetime, create a glowing lantern that guides us through our own dark nights, ensuring that we never truly walk alone because the echoes of our kindness are always there to comfort us. It is helpful to remember that creating merit is also about the way we treat ourselves, the gentleness we show to our own mistakes, and the forgiveness we extend to our own tired hearts when we fall short of our ideals. If we are harsh and demanding with ourselves, it becomes difficult to offer genuine sweetness to others, so we must first cultivate a garden of peace within our own minds through reflection and self-compassion. By recognizing that we are all learners on this path, stumbling and rising again, we develop a natural bridge of understanding toward everyone else who is also struggling with their own hidden battles. This internal shift, where we trade judgment for curiosity and anger for softness, is one of the most transformative ways to generate a peaceful atmosphere in our homes and workplaces. Imagine for a moment the ripple effect of a single kind word, how it can travel from one person to another, changing the temperature of an entire day for people you might never even meet. When you are kind to a stranger, they carry that warmth with them, perhaps becoming a little more patient with their children, who then go to school and share a playful moment with a lonely classmate. You are the hidden architect of these invisible chains of goodness, and although you may never see the final result, the merit belongs to the stillness of your soul. This is the art of living with awareness, where we see every person as a mirror and every situation as a chance to refine our character and expand our capacity to love. In the ancient texts, it is often said that the most effective way to accumulate blessings is to rejoice in the good fortune of others, a practice that costs nothing but requires us to dissolve the walls of envy and comparison. When we see someone succeed, or witness a beautiful act of charity performed by another, and we feel a genuine surge of joy in our hearts for them, we are sharing in that very merit as if we had performed the deed ourselves. This is a secret key to an inexhaustible wealth of spirit, because it means we can find happiness in the triumphs of the entire world, turning every celebration we witness into a source of our own inner light. It takes a certain maturity to let go of the ego that wants to be the best or the most noticed, and instead, to become a quiet cheerleader for the beauty that exists in every corner of life. Consider the story of a young man who lived during the Buddha's time, who was not particularly learned or strong, but who possessed a singular talent for clearing paths and removing stones so that travelers would not stumble. He spent his days unnoticed, working under the hot sun to make the journey easier for others, never asking for payment or even a word of thanks, simply finding fulfillment in the thought of a stranger walking safely. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the Buddha pointed him out to the other disciples, noting that his simple, repetitive act of service was creating a destiny of immense peace and clarity. The young man was not reciting complex verses or sitting in deep meditation for hours, yet his heart was perfectly aligned with the essence of the teachings through his humble, consistent care for the world. This tells us that our daily chores, the laundry, the cooking, the driving, and the cleaning, can all be transformed into sacred activities if we perform them with a spirit of devotion and a wish for the well-being of those who benefit from our labor. When you prepare a meal, infuse it with the thought of nourishing those you love, and let your hands move with a grace that reflects your inner calm, making the kitchen a place of meditation. When you drive through heavy traffic, instead of letting frustration rise, use those moments to send out silent wishes of safety and patience to every driver around you, turning a stressful situation into a field of merit. There is no part of our day that is too mundane to be touched by this intentionality, and as we practice this, the line between the spiritual and the ordinary begins to fade until all of life becomes a beautiful prayer. We often forget that our speech is one of the most powerful tools we possess for creating either harmony or discord, and using it wisely is a primary way to build a foundation of merit. A word spoken with truth and affection can mend a broken relationship, give hope to the hopeless, and create a sense of belonging in a world that often feels fragmented and lonely. To speak only when it is necessary, and only when our words are kind and helpful, is a discipline that refines the mind and protects the heart from the clutter of gossip and negativity. Before we speak, we can ask ourselves if what we are about to say will leave the world a little better, or if it is merely an expression of our own restless ego seeking validation. Think of the way a gentle rain soaks into the parched earth, bringing life to the hidden seeds without making a sound, and try to let your goodness be like that, quiet, steady, and life-giving. We do not need to tell anyone about the merit we are creating, for the universe has a perfect memory, and the peace that settles in our own hearts is the only confirmation we will ever need. There is a profound freedom in doing good simply because it is the natural expression of our true nature, without looking for rewards or worrying about who is watching. As we continue to walk this path together, let us look at each day as a fresh opportunity to be a little more mindful, a little more generous, and a lot more present to the magic of the now. There was once a group of people who lived in a village where water was very scarce, and they had to walk many miles every day to reach a clean spring, often returning exhausted and thirsty. Among them was an elderly person who, despite being frail, always carried an extra small jar of water and left it at a specific spot under a shade tree for any weary traveler who might pass by. Many of the villagers thought this was a waste of effort, as the old person was already struggling, but the elder simply smiled and said that the joy of imagining a stranger's thirst being quenched was more refreshing than the water itself. This simple act of imagining the needs of others and acting upon that empathy is the very heart of creating merit in the flow of daily life. When we start to look for these opportunities, we realize they are everywhere, like diamonds hidden in the dust of our routine, waiting for us to notice them and pick them up. It might be as simple as offering a seat on a crowded bus, or letting someone go ahead of you in a long line, or taking a moment to truly thank the person who delivers your mail. These actions may seem insignificant in the grand scheme of things, but they are the threads that hold the fabric of a compassionate society together, preventing it from tearing under the pressure of stress and self-interest. Every time we choose kindness over convenience, we are making a statement about the kind of world we want to live in, and we are strengthening the muscles of our own virtue. The beauty of this practice is that it does not require us to change our external circumstances, but rather to change the internal lens through which we view everything that happens to us. A difficult neighbor becomes a teacher of patience, a mistake at work becomes a lesson in humility, and a rainy day becomes a chance to appreciate the stillness and the nourishment of the earth. When we stop resisting life and start embracing it with a sense of wonder and a desire to be helpful, the concept of merit stops being an abstract idea and becomes a living reality. It is the light in our eyes, the softness in our voice, and the steady, calm presence we bring to every room we enter, making people feel safe and valued just by being near us. I remember hearing about a merchant who lived many centuries ago, who was known for his honesty and his peculiar habit of always giving a little extra to every customer, whether it was a handful of grain or a small piece of fruit. When asked why he did this, since it reduced his profits, he explained that he was not just selling goods, but he was trading in goodwill and weaving a net of friendship that would support him if he ever fell. He understood that true wealth is not found in the coins we hoard, but in the relationships we nurture and the legacy of kindness we leave behind in the hearts of others. His life was full of abundance, not because he had the most, but because he gave the most freely, proving that the more we share of our spirit, the more it seems to grow and replenish itself. Sometimes, the greatest act of merit we can perform is simply to stay calm when everyone else is losing their temper, to be the one who brings a cool breeze of reason to a heated argument. By refusing to participate in anger or blame, we create a space where healing can happen, and we protect our own inner peace from being hijacked by the chaotic emotions of the world. This requires a strong foundation of mindfulness, a way of watching our thoughts as they arise and choosing which ones to nourish and which ones to let go of, like clouds passing across the sun. When we are centered and grounded, we become a lighthouse for others, showing them that it is possible to remain steady and kind even in the middle of a storm. You may find that as you focus on creating merit, your own worries and anxieties begin to feel less heavy, as if the act of looking outward has lightened the burden of your own self-concern. There is a deep psychological truth in the idea that by helping others, we help ourselves the most, because we are breaking the cycle of repetitive, narrow thinking that keeps us trapped in our own suffering. The more we expand our circle of care to include more people, more animals, and the environment itself, the more we feel a sense of belonging and purpose that can weather any external change. This is the true meaning of a life well lived, one that is measured by the amount of love it has circulated and the number of hearts it has touched with its quiet, unassuming goodness. There is a story about a traveler who came across a monk sitting by a dusty road, carefully moving tiny insects out of the path so they would not be crushed by the passing carts. The traveler asked why the monk bothered with such insignificant creatures, and the monk replied that in the eyes of the universe, there is no such thing as an insignificant life, and every act of protection creates a world that is more merciful. This perspective invites us to extend our compassion to all living beings, recognizing that the same desire for happiness and the same fear of pain exists in the smallest cricket as it does in the most powerful human. When we live with this level of sensitivity, our every step becomes a gesture of respect for the sacredness of life, and our merit becomes as vast as the earth itself. It is also important to share the merit we create, to mentally dedicate the goodness of our actions to the welfare of all beings, which prevents our virtue from becoming a source of pride or ego. At the end of each day, you can sit for a moment in the quiet of your room and think of all the little things you did well, and then silently offer that positive energy to anyone who is suffering, anywhere in the world. This practice of dedication turns our individual efforts into a collective wave of healing, reminding us that we are all interconnected and that our personal growth is tied to the upliftment of everyone. It is a beautiful way to close the day, leaving us with a heart that is light, clear, and ready to rest in a state of profound gratitude for the gift of another day. As the stars begin to appear in the night sky, we can reflect on how each of them shines with its own light, yet together they create a breathtaking canopy that has guided wanderers for millennia. In the same way, our individual acts of merit might seem small, but when they are joined with the kindness of others, they create a brilliant map of hope for all of humanity. Do not ever feel that what you do is not enough, for a single match can dispel the darkness of a vast cavern, and your sincere effort to be a good person is a powerful force for transformation. Keep moving forward with a gentle smile, knowing that every breath is a chance to start again, to be a little more patient, and to weave another thread of gold into the tapestry of your life. The path of merit is not a sprint but a long, beautiful walk through a landscape that keeps changing, offering us new views and new challenges at every turn. Some days will be easy, and the kindness will flow from you like a mountain stream, while other days will feel like trekking through thick mud, where even a small smile feels like a heavy lift. It is on those difficult days that your practice truly counts, for when you choose to be kind despite your own fatigue or frustration, you are forging a character that is truly resilient and noble. Be patient with yourself during the seasons of inner winter, knowing that the seeds you have planted are still there, resting beneath the surface, waiting for the warmth of your attention to bloom once more. We can learn so much from the trees, which stand tall and give shade to everyone who passes by, whether they are saints or criminals, without asking for anything in return. They simply exist in their fullness, offering their leaves, their fruit, and their very presence as a gift to the world, rooted deeply in the earth while reaching toward the light. We too can aspire to be like that, deeply rooted in our values and our integrity, while offering the fruits of our labor and the shade of our comfort to whoever happens to cross our path. This selfless way of being is the ultimate source of merit, for it is a reflection of the primordial wisdom that knows we are not separate from the world, but are an intrinsic part of its magnificent, unfolding story. I once knew a person who kept a small jar on their desk and would drop a colorful stone into it every time they witnessed or performed an act of kindness, no matter how small. Over the years, the jar became a radiant rainbow of memories, a physical reminder that goodness is not an occasional event but a steady accumulation of tiny choices. When they felt discouraged or overwhelmed by the news of the world, they would look at those stones and remember that the quiet power of love is always working, always building, and always winning in the end. We might not have a jar of stones, but we have the sanctuary of our own memory, where we can store the moments of grace we have experienced and use them to fuel our own commitment to being a source of light. When you speak to your parents, or your children, or your partner, try to listen not just to their words, but to the feelings behind them, for the merit of deep listening is one of the greatest gifts we can offer our loved ones. In our modern world, where everyone is competing for attention and looking at screens, giving someone your full, undivided presence is a revolutionary act of love. It tells them that they matter, that they are seen, and that they are not alone in their experiences, which is often all any of us really needs to feel whole again. This simple act of paying attention is a profound form of charity, one that requires no money but a great deal of heart and intentionality, and it builds a bridge of trust that can last a lifetime. Think about the way you handle the objects in your life, the way you wash a cup or fold a shirt, and see if you can bring a sense of reverence to these small tasks as if they were part of a sacred ritual. When we treat our environment with care, we are expressing a gratitude for the things that support our lives, and this gratitude is a powerful magnet for more merit and more abundance. It is a way of saying thank you to the universe for the food we eat, the clothes we wear, and the roof over our heads, and it keeps us from falling into the trap of taking things for granted. A mind that is grateful is a mind that is naturally inclined toward merit, because it sees every moment as a gift and every person as a blessing. There was a story of a great king who was very proud of the magnificent temples he had built, believing that his name would be remembered forever because of his vast donations. He asked a wise sage who had the most merit in the kingdom, expecting to hear his own name, but the sage pointed to a poor old woman who had spent her life tending to a small, public garden where travelers could rest. The sage explained that while the king had given from his excess, the woman had given from her very life, pouring her love and her energy into the soil every single day for the benefit of others. This humble reminder helps us stay grounded, focusing not on the scale of our actions but on the sincerity and the selflessness that motivate them, for in the realm of the spirit, a small candle can be brighter than a distant sun. As we navigate the complexities of our relationships, we often encounter people who are difficult to love, who challenge our patience and test our resolve to be kind. These individuals are actually our most valuable opportunities for creating merit, for they push us to go beyond our comfort zone and to discover a deeper, more resilient form of compassion. Instead of reacting with anger or withdrawal, we can try to look at them with a sense of wonder, wondering what hidden pain has made them so sharp, and what we can do to soften the atmosphere between us. This doesn't mean we have to allow ourselves to be mistreated, but it means we can respond from a place of strength and clarity rather than from a place of wounded ego. By holding a space of peace even when others are chaotic, we are offering a silent invitation for them to find their own center, and this is a profound service to the world. It is like being a cool pond in the middle of a desert, where anyone who is thirsty can find relief, and where the water remains clear regardless of how many stones are thrown into it. This inner stability is the result of many small choices made every day, the choice to breathe before reacting, the choice to forgive instead of holding a grudge, and the choice to see the humanity in everyone. Each of these choices is a drop of merit that eventually becomes an ocean of wisdom, carrying us and everyone around us toward a shore of lasting peace. I often think about the way a single bird song can brighten a heavy morning, a simple expression of life that asks for nothing and yet gives so much to anyone who stops to listen. We can be like that song, a spontaneous and natural offering of our own unique light, whether it is through our art, our work, our humor, or our quiet presence. We do not need to be perfect to be a source of merit, for even our struggles and our vulnerabilities can be a way to connect with others and to show them that it is okay to be human. When we share our journey with honesty and grace, we give others permission to do the same, and we create a culture of authenticity that is deeply healing for everyone involved. Remember that the path of creating merit is always right under your feet, and you are already walking it every time you choose to be a little more mindful and a little more kind. There is no need to rush or to compare your progress with anyone else, for your journey is uniquely yours and it is unfolding exactly as it should. Keep your heart soft, your mind clear, and your hands ready to help, and you will find that the world begins to respond to you with a beauty and a kindness that you never thought possible. Each step you take with awareness is a victory, a small but significant contribution to the collective awakening of our world, and a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit. Think of the way a sculptor looks at a rough block of stone, seeing the beautiful statue hidden inside and slowly, patiently chipping away the excess until the masterpiece is revealed. Our daily life is that block of stone, and our conscious choices are the tools we use to reveal the noble and compassionate being that resides within each of us. Every act of merit is a stroke of the chisel, bringing us closer to our true nature and making our lives a work of art that inspires and uplifts all who see it. It is a slow process, one that requires patience and dedication, but the result is a life that is filled with meaning, joy, and a peace that passes all understanding. There was a traveler in ancient times who lost his way in a dense forest and was beginning to feel a great sense of fear as the night approached and the sounds of the wild grew louder. Just as he was about to give up hope, he saw a tiny, flickering light in the distance and followed it until he reached a small clearing where a humble hermit was living. The hermit shared his meager meal and offered a warm place to sleep, and the traveler was so moved by this unexpected kindness that he felt all his fear and exhaustion vanish. The hermit did not have much to give, but he gave it with such a pure heart that it transformed the traveler's entire experience, turning a terrifying night into a memory of profound peace. This story reminds us that we are all travelers in the forest of life, and sometimes we are the ones who are lost, while other times we are the ones who can provide the light for someone else. By cultivating a spirit of generosity and a willingness to be that light, we are creating a network of support that ensures no one has to face the darkness alone. Merit is the oil that keeps our lamps burning, and the more we share our light, the more it seems to multiply, illuminating the path for everyone. Never underestimate the power of your own small light, for it has the potential to guide a weary soul home and to change the course of a life in ways you can only imagine. As we go about our day, let us try to be more like the earth itself, which supports all beings without discrimination, providing the ground for us to walk on and the air for us to breathe. The earth does not ask for gratitude or recognition, it simply continues its ancient work of sustaining life with a quiet and unwavering strength. When we align our actions with this selfless quality of the natural world, our merit becomes deep and stable, providing a firm foundation for our own happiness and for the well-being of those around us. This sense of being part of something much larger than ourselves is a great source of comfort and inspiration, reminding us that we are never truly separate from the source of all life. It is also helpful to find moments of stillness throughout the day, where we can simply be without doing anything, allowing our minds to settle like sediment in a glass of water. In these moments of quiet, we can reconnect with our deepest intentions and feel the presence of the goodness we have cultivated, letting it nourish our spirit and clear our vision. This inner silence is the fertile soil from which all genuine merit grows, for it allows us to act from a place of clarity and wisdom rather than from a place of habitual reaction. By making friends with the silence, we become more sensitive to the subtle needs of the world and more capable of responding with a heart that is truly free. I remember a story about a monk who was known for his incredible peace, and when someone asked him his secret, he simply said that he treated every person he met as if they were a long-lost relative he was meeting for the first time. This simple shift in perspective transformed all his interactions into moments of joy and discovery, and it allowed him to see the beauty in even the most difficult people. By treating others with that kind of warmth and respect, he was constantly creating a field of merit that touched everyone he met, making his life a continuous stream of blessings. We too can try to look at each person with fresh eyes, letting go of our past judgments and seeing the potential for goodness that exists in every single soul. When we live with this kind of openness, we find that life becomes a series of beautiful surprises, where even the most ordinary moments are filled with a sense of wonder and meaning. We start to see the magic in the way the sunlight filters through the leaves, the way a child laughs with pure delight, and the way a stranger offers a helping hand without being asked. All of these things are expressions of the same universal goodness that we are trying to cultivate in ourselves, and by noticing them, we are strengthening our own connection to that source. Merit is not something we have to create from scratch, but rather it is something we learn to recognize and participate in, like a great dance that has been going on forever. As we move through the world, let us carry a sense of gentleness in our steps and a spirit of kindness in our hearts, knowing that we are all doing the best we can with what we have. There is so much beauty to be found in the simple act of being human, with all our flaws and our strengths, our sorrows and our joys, and our endless capacity to start again. Every day is a new beginning, a blank page where we can write a story of compassion, a story of merit, and a story of a life lived with an open and loving heart. Let us be patient with the process, kind to ourselves and others, and always keep our eyes on the light that shines within us and all around us. I once heard a story of a woman who spent her whole life knitting warm blankets and giving them away to people who were homeless or struggling to stay warm during the long winters. She never sought any fame or praise, and many people in her town didn't even know she was doing it, but the warmth of those blankets touched hundreds of lives and brought comfort to those who felt forgotten. When she passed away, the church was filled with people she had helped, each carrying a piece of her kindness in their hearts, and the atmosphere was one of profound gratitude and peace. Her life was a testament to the power of a quiet, consistent dedication to a simple act of goodness, proving that you don't need to do big things to make a big difference. We can all find our own version of knitting blankets, that one thing we can do with love and consistency that adds a little more warmth to the world. It might be writing letters to people who are lonely, or volunteering at a local garden, or simply being the one who always remembers birthdays and reaches out with a kind word. Whatever it is, let it be an expression of your unique spirit and your desire to be helpful, and do it with a heart that is free from the need for anything in return. This is the essence of creating merit in the daily flow of life, the quiet and steady practice of being a source of comfort and hope for everyone you encounter. As the day comes to a close and the world begins to quiet down, take a moment to breathe deeply and feel the peace that comes from a day well lived, a day where you tried your best to be a good person. Even if you made mistakes or had moments of frustration, the very fact that you are aware of them and want to do better is a sign of your growing wisdom and your commitment to the path. Trust in the process of your own unfolding, and know that every small act of kindness is building a future that is bright and full of promise for you and for the whole world. Sleep with a heart that is light and a mind that is at peace, knowing that you are part of a great and beautiful mystery that is always moving toward the light. The morning sun brings a fresh start, a new invitation to dance with the world and to find new ways to be a blessing to those around us. Let us wake up with a sense of curiosity and a willingness to be surprised by the goodness that is waiting to be discovered in the most unexpected places. As we step out into the world, let our first thought be one of gratitude for the gift of life, and our first action be one of kindness toward ourselves and others. In this way, every day becomes a masterpiece of merit, a beautiful and enduring contribution to the peace and happiness of all beings, everywhere. There is a profound sense of relief that comes when we realize that our worth is not determined by our achievements or our possessions, but by the quality of our character and the depth of our compassion. This realization frees us from the constant pressure to perform and allows us to simply be, to enjoy the present moment and to respond to the needs of the world with a heart that is truly open. Merit is the natural byproduct of this freedom, a radiant energy that flows from a soul that is no longer trying to prove anything but is simply trying to be helpful. This is the true meaning of spiritual maturity, the ability to live with grace and to be a source of peace for everyone who crosses our path. I remember a story about a group of travelers who were crossing a vast desert and were beginning to lose hope as their water ran low and the heat became unbearable. Just when they thought they could go no further, they came across a small oasis that was not on any map, a place of cool water and green trees that seemed like a miracle. They stayed there for a few days to recover their strength, and when they were ready to leave, they noticed a sign left by someone who had been there before them, which said, "Please take care of this place for those who come after you." This simple message touched them deeply and reminded them that they were part of a long line of people who had found refuge there, and they spent their last few hours cleaning the oasis and making sure it was ready for the next weary soul. This spirit of stewardship, of taking care of the world for the sake of others, is a powerful way to create merit and to ensure that the beauty we have found continues to flourish long after we are gone. Whether it is a physical place like a garden or a park, or a more abstract place like a culture of kindness or a tradition of wisdom, we all have a role to play in preserving and nurturing the things that make life worth living. By being good stewards of our time, our energy, and our environment, we are building a legacy of merit that will benefit generations to come, creating a world that is more sustainable and more compassionate for everyone. As we continue our journey, let us remember to laugh often and to find the humor in the absurdities of life, for a joyful heart is a powerful magnet for goodness and a great source of comfort for others. Humor, when it is kind and inclusive, is a wonderful way to break down barriers and to bring people together, creating a sense of lightness and ease that can heal even the most difficult situations. It is a sign of a healthy spirit that can see the comedy in its own struggles and can share a smile with a stranger, reminding us all that life is a precious gift that is meant to be enjoyed. Let your laughter be a source of merit, a bright and cheerful light that dispels the shadows and brings a sense of playfulness to the world. There is a story of a wise old teacher who was asked what the most important thing in life was, and after a long silence, he simply said, to be kind, and to be kind. This simple advice is the foundation of all merit and the essence of every spiritual tradition, a universal truth that resonates in the heart of every human being. No matter how complicated our lives may become, or how many challenges we may face, we can always return to this simple intention and find our way back to peace. Kindness is the ultimate power, a force that can transform lives and change the world one heart at a time, and it is available to every one of us in every single moment. Think about the people who have been kind to you in your life, the teachers who believed in you, the friends who stood by you, and the strangers who helped you when you were lost. Their kindness has become a part of who you are, a source of strength and inspiration that you carry with you every day, and now you have the opportunity to pass that gift on to others. By being a source of kindness for someone else, you are honoring the goodness you have received and continuing the cycle of merit that sustains us all. This is the true meaning of connection, the realization that we are all part of a great and beautiful weave of giving and receiving that spans across time and space. As we look at the world around us, it is easy to become overwhelmed by the problems and the suffering we see, but we must remember that every positive action we take, no matter how small, is a step toward a better future. Merit is the invisible force that builds the world we want to live in, a world where everyone is valued and everyone has the chance to thrive. By focusing on our own growth and our own contribution, we are adding to the collective weight of goodness that will eventually tip the scales toward peace and harmony. Never lose hope, and never stop believing in the power of your own small acts of kindness, for they are the seeds from which a more beautiful world will bloom. There is a story of a young girl who found a tiny, injured bird and spent weeks carefully nursing it back to health, feeding it with a dropper and keeping it warm until it was strong enough to fly again. When the day finally came to release it, she felt a mixture of sadness and joy as she watched it soar into the sky, knowing that she had played a part in saving a life. That feeling of pure, selfless joy is the highest form of merit, a reward that is built into the act itself and that leaves a lasting glow in the heart. We can find this same joy in any act of care and protection, whether it is for a person, an animal, or a plant, and it is a sign that we are living in harmony with our true nature. As we move through our daily lives, let us look for ways to be that source of care and protection, to be the one who notices the small needs and responds with a heart that is full of love. Whether it is by planting a tree, or by standing up for someone who is being mistreated, or by simply being a steady and reliable presence for those we love, we are all capable of being heroes in our own quiet way. Merit is not about being famous or having power, but about the impact we have on the lives of those around us and the quality of the energy we bring to the world. Let your life be a testament to the power of a kind and compassionate heart, and you will find that you are already living a life of immense merit and profound peace. I once knew a man who would always carry a few extra coins in his pocket and would secretly leave them on the sidewalk for children to find, imagining the delight they would feel at finding a hidden treasure. He never saw their faces and never heard their laughter, but the thought of their joy was enough to bring a smile to his own face and a sense of lightness to his day. This simple, secret act of generosity is a beautiful example of how we can create merit without any need for recognition, simply by contributing to the hidden joy of the world. It is the little things, done with great love, that make the world a more magical and hopeful place for everyone. Think of the way a calm lake reflects the sky, the mountains, and the trees, providing a perfect image of the beauty that surrounds it without trying to hold on to any of it. Our minds can be like that lake, reflecting the goodness and the beauty of the world when we are still and clear, and becoming a source of inspiration for all who see us. When we are free from the turbulence of anger and desire, we become a natural mirror for the truth, and our merit is the clarity and the peace that we share with everyone. This inner stillness is a gift we give to ourselves and to the world, a reminder that beneath all the noise and the movement, there is a deep and lasting peace that is always there. There was a story about a traveler who was walking through a heavy snowstorm and was beginning to feel the cold seeping into his bones, making every step a struggle. Just as he was about to give up, he felt a warm hand on his shoulder and turned to see a stranger who had come to help him, guiding him to a nearby cottage where a warm fire was waiting. The stranger didn't say much, but his presence was enough to give the traveler the strength he needed to keep going, and the memory of that warm hand stayed with him for the rest of his life. We can be that warm hand for someone else, that quiet and steady presence that gives them the courage to face their own storms and to find their way to safety. By being there for others in their moments of need, we are creating a reservoir of merit that will support us when we face our own challenges, for the goodness we give away always finds its way back to us in some form. This is not about a transaction or a calculation, but about the natural law of the heart, which knows that what we do for others, we ultimately do for ourselves. Let your life be a series of warm hands and steady presences, a beautiful and enduring legacy of kindness that touches everyone you meet and makes the world a little warmer and a little safer. Each act of support is a thread in the safety net of our community, ensuring that no one has to fall alone and that everyone has a chance to rise again. I often think about the way a single candle can light 1,000 other candles without losing any of its own flame, and in fact, the more candles it lights, the brighter the whole room becomes. Our merit is like that flame, a source of light that we can share freely with everyone, and the more we give it away, the more it seems to grow and illuminate our own lives. There is no limit to the amount of kindness we can offer, and the more we practice it, the more natural and effortless it becomes, until it is as simple as breathing. Let your life be a source of light for others, a bright and steady flame that dispels the darkness and brings a sense of warmth and hope to the world. There is a story of a wise woman who lived in a small village and was known for her ability to heal broken hearts with just a few words of comfort and a warm cup of tea. People would come from miles around to sit with her and share their sorrows, and they always left feeling lighter and more at peace, as if a great weight had been lifted from their shoulders. When asked for her secret, she simply said that she listened with her whole heart and tried to see the beauty in every person's struggle, reminding them that they were not alone and that their pain was part of a larger story of healing. This simple act of presence and empathy is a powerful form of merit, one that requires nothing but a willingness to be there and to care. We can all be that wise woman for someone in our lives, the one who listens without judging and who offers a sanctuary of peace in a world that is often too busy and too loud. By being a source of comfort and understanding, we are creating a field of merit that is deeply healing for everyone involved, and we are helping to build a culture of compassion that is the true foundation of a healthy society. Let your heart be a sanctuary for others, a place where they can find rest and renewal, and you will find that your own life is filled with a sense of purpose and a peace that is deep and lasting. Every moment of genuine connection is a drop of merit that eventually becomes an ocean of wisdom and love. I once heard a story about a man who spent his whole life planting trees in a barren landscape, working every day for decades until the once dusty plains were transformed into a lush and vibrant forest. He didn't do it for fame or money, but simply because he loved the earth and wanted to leave something beautiful behind for future generations. When he was an old man, he could sit in the shade of the trees he had planted as a youth, listening to the birds and feeling the cool breeze, knowing that his life had been a great and enduring gift. This is the power of a long-term commitment to a simple act of goodness, a reminder that our efforts, when sustained over time, can create a legacy of merit that is truly magnificent. We might not be planting a whole forest, but we are all planting seeds every day with our thoughts, our words, and our actions, and we have a choice about what kind of garden we are creating. If we plant seeds of kindness, patience, and generosity, we will eventually find ourselves living in a garden of peace and abundance, surrounded by the beauty we have nurtured. If we plant seeds of anger, greed, and judgment, we will find ourselves in a landscape that is harsh and lonely, reflecting the negativity we have sown. Let us be mindful of the seeds we are planting today, and try to choose those that will bring the most joy and the most benefit to ourselves and to all beings. As the seasons change and the world goes through its cycles of growth and decay, we too go through our own phases of learning and transformation, constantly refining our character and deepening our understanding of the truth. Each phase is an opportunity to create new merit and to find new ways to be a source of light, whether we are in the middle of a vibrant spring or a quiet, introspective winter. Trust in the wisdom of your own journey, and know that every experience, no matter how difficult, is a chance to grow and to become a more compassionate and resilient being. Merit is not something that is only created when things are going well, but it is often forged in the fires of our struggles and our challenges, becoming a source of strength that can weather any storm. I remember a story about a young monk who was struggling with his practice and felt that he was making no progress, despite his best efforts to be mindful and kind. His teacher took him to a nearby stream and asked him to fill a leaky basket with water, which seemed like an impossible task because the water would always drain out before he could bring it back. After several attempts, the young monk was frustrated, but the teacher pointed out that although the basket didn't hold the water, it was now perfectly clean and shining from all the washing it had received. This story reminds us that even when we feel like our efforts aren't producing the results we want, the very act of trying and the constant contact with goodness is refining our spirit and making us cleaner and more luminous. Our practice of creating merit is like washing that basket, a steady and repetitive process that slowly but surely transforms our character and clears away the dust of our habits and our prejudices. We might not always see the progress we are making, but if we stay committed to the path, we will eventually realize that we are different people than we were before, more patient, more kind, and more at peace. Trust in the cumulative power of your efforts, and know that every small act of goodness is leaving a mark on your soul that will eventually shine through for all to see. Merit is not a destination, but a way of traveling through the world with a heart that is increasingly open and a mind that is increasingly clear. There was a traveler who was walking through a beautiful valley and came across a field of wildflowers that were so vibrant and fragrant that he felt a sense of pure delight just by standing among them. He noticed that the flowers didn't try to be seen or to compete with each other, they simply grew where they were planted and offered their beauty to anyone who happened to pass by. This simple and effortless way of being is a perfect model for how we can live our lives, offering our unique gifts and our own inner light without any need for striving or comparison. When we live from our own truth and express our own goodness, our merit is as natural and as beautiful as a field of wildflowers, bringing joy to everyone who crosses our path. Think of the way a musician plays a beautiful piece of music, lost in the rhythm and the melody, and how that music can touch the hearts of everyone in the audience, bringing them to tears or making them feel a sense of profound peace. The musician is not thinking about the merit they are creating, they are simply focused on the beauty of the sound and the joy of the performance, yet the impact they have is immense. Our lives can be a piece of music, a series of harmonious actions and words that create a beautiful and healing resonance in the world, touching the lives of others in ways we can only imagine. Let your life be a song of kindness, a melody of compassion that brings a sense of harmony to the chaos of the world and reminds us all of the beauty that is possible. I once knew a woman who would always leave a bowl of fresh water and a few crumbs of bread for the birds on her windowsill every morning, and she would sit and watch them with a sense of pure wonder as they fluttered and sang. She said that these tiny creatures were her teachers, showing her how to be grateful for the simplest things and how to live with a light heart despite the challenges of her own life. This practice of connecting with the natural world and finding joy in the company of other living beings is a wonderful way to cultivate merit and to expand our sense of compassion. When we see ourselves as part of the great family of all life, our actions naturally become more caring and more respectful, and our merit becomes as vast as the sky itself. There is a story of a wise old man who was asked by a young child what the secret to happiness was, and the old man simply took the child's hand and led him to a place where a small stream was flowing over some smooth stones. He told the child to listen to the sound of the water and to feel the coolness of the breeze, and then he said, "The secret is to be here, to be now, and to be kind." This simple advice is the core of all wisdom and the heart of every act of merit, a reminder that the only moment we ever have is the present one, and the best thing we can do with it is to be kind. By living with this level of awareness and intentionality, we turn every moment into a sacred opportunity to be a source of goodness and to find a peace that is truly lasting. As we continue to walk this path together, let us look at each other with a sense of kinship and a shared commitment to being the best versions of ourselves we can be. There is so much strength to be found in our connection and in our collective effort to make the world a more compassionate and hopeful place for everyone. Let your merit be a bridge that brings people together, a light that guides them through the dark, and a source of warmth that comforts them in their times of need. Each of us has a unique role to play in this great and beautiful mystery, and every act of kindness is a vital contribution to the whole, a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit to rise above its limitations and to shine with a light that is truly divine. I remember a story about a traveler who was walking along a dusty road and found a small, withered plant that was dying from the heat and the lack of water. He took a few sips of water from his own canteen and carefully poured the rest onto the roots of the plant, and then he built a small shade out of some stones to protect it from the midday sun. A few months later, when he passed that way again, he was surprised to see that the once withered plant was now a beautiful and thriving bush, covered in bright flowers that filled the air with their sweet scent. That small act of care had saved a life and created a source of beauty for every other traveler who passed by, proving that even a tiny amount of effort can have a lasting and meaningful impact. We are all like that traveler, and the world is full of withered plants that are waiting for a little water and a little shade to bloom again. Whether it is a person who has lost hope, or a community that is struggling, or a natural area that has been neglected, we all have something we can offer to help things flourish. Merit is the water we carry in our own canteens, and the more we share it with the world, the more vibrant and beautiful our own journey becomes. Let your life be a series of these small but significant acts of care, a beautiful and enduring legacy of kindness that makes the world a little greener and a little more alive for everyone. As the sun begins to set and the colors of the sky turn to gold and purple, take a moment to look back on your day and to feel a sense of gratitude for all the opportunities you had to be a source of merit. Every kind word spoken, every helpful gesture performed, and every moment of mindfulness practiced is a drop of light that you have added to the world, and you should feel a quiet joy in that. There is no need to be perfect, for the very effort to be good is itself a victory and a sign of your growing wisdom and your commitment to the path of peace. Trust in the process of your own unfolding, and know that you are part of a great and beautiful movement toward the light that is happening all around the world. The stars are coming out now, and each one is a reminder of the infinite possibilities that exist in every moment and in every heart. Let your own light shine with that same steady and unwavering brilliance, knowing that you are never alone and that your efforts are part of a collective wave of goodness that is transforming the world. Sleep with a heart that is light and a mind that is at peace, knowing that you have done your best today and that tomorrow is a fresh opportunity to start again. The path of merit is a long and beautiful journey, and every step you take with awareness and kindness is a treasure that will stay with you forever, guiding you and everyone you meet toward a future that is bright and full of hope. As the velvet darkness of night settles deeply over the landscape, we might find ourselves resting in the stillness, yet the creation of merit does not cease when our bodies are still, for the mind remains a vast field where we can cultivate the subtle seeds of goodwill. Imagine that even in the quiet of your room, you can send out thoughts of peace like invisible ripples on a pond, wishing for the safety of those who work through the night, the doctors, the drivers, and the guardians who keep our world turning while others dream. This mental form of merit is incredibly potent, as it refines the very texture of our consciousness, making it softer and more receptive to the suffering of others, which in turn ensures that our actions when we wake are naturally guided by a spirit of gentleness. When you wake up, before the world demands your attention, take a moment to simply breathe in gratitude for the air in your lungs and the heartbeat in your chest, for this internal recognition of life is a powerful way to ground yourself in a state of grace. There is an ancient and touching account of a man who was once a very skilled woodcarver, known for creating beautiful ornaments that adorned the homes of the wealthy, yet he often felt a sense of emptiness in his heart despite his success. One morning, he noticed a group of children playing near a dusty construction site, trying to build a small house out of discarded scraps of wood, and he felt a sudden, spontaneous urge to help them without revealing his identity as a master craftsman. He spent his entire afternoon sitting on the ground with them, showing them how to join the pieces together and how to smooth the rough edges, finding a level of joy in their simple laughter that he had never found in his expensive commissions. By offering his expertise freely and with total humility, he was creating a form of merit that was not tied to his ego or his professional reputation, but was a pure expression of human solidarity and playfulness. This story invites us to look at our own skills and talents, the things we often take for granted, and to find ways to use them for the benefit of others in a way that is quiet and unpretentious. If you are good at organizing, help a overwhelmed neighbor clear their clutter, or if you have a knack for cooking, share a warm meal with someone who eats alone, doing these things not as a duty, but as a celebration of the abundance you have to offer. Merit is found in the intersection of our unique abilities and the needs of the world, and when we bring those two together with a sincere heart, we create a resonance that is deeply satisfying and spiritually nourishing. We often think that we must go out of our way to find someone to help, but often the greatest opportunities are right in front of us, hidden in the mundane details of our relationships and our community. Think of the way you handle money, not just as a means of exchange, but as a tool for circulating energy and creating positive outcomes for people you may never meet. When you pay for a service, do it with a sense of appreciation for the labor of the person who provided it, and if you are able, give a little more than is required as a gesture of your own abundance and trust in the flow of life. This shift from a mindset of scarcity and calculation to one of generosity and trust is a significant step in the cultivation of merit, as it dissolves the fear that we will never have enough and replaces it with the realization that the more we give, the more we are supported. Every financial transaction can be an act of blessing, a way of saying that you value the effort of others and that you are happy to contribute to their livelihood and their happiness. There was once a community of weavers who lived in a remote valley, and they had a tradition of always leaving a small length of thread at the end of their looms for the next person to use, even if they didn't know who that person would be. They believed that this small continuity of material was a symbol of their interconnectedness, and it ensured that no one ever had to start their work completely from scratch or in total isolation. This beautiful practice of leaving something behind for the benefit of the next person is a profound way to generate merit in our modern world, whether we are leaving a clean table in a cafeteria or sharing our knowledge with a younger colleague. We are all part of a long line of human effort, and by acknowledging and supporting those who come after us, we are participating in a cycle of goodness that transcends our individual lives and creates a legacy of care. In our conversations, we can practice the merit of truthfulness combined with kindness, learning how to speak our reality without causing unnecessary harm or creating divisions among people. To be a person of your word, someone who can be trusted to be honest and reliable, is a rare and precious quality that creates a foundation of security for everyone in your life. When you speak, try to use words that build up rather than tear down, words that highlight the strengths of others rather than focusing on their weaknesses, for the atmosphere we create with our speech is the environment we all have to live in. A mind that is committed to right speech is like a garden that is free of weeds, where the flowers of understanding and peace can grow without being choked by the thorns of gossip and harshness. Consider the way a master gardener tends to a young sapling, providing it with the right amount of water, sunlight, and support, and then stepping back to let it grow in its own time and in its own way. We can apply this same patient and non-attached care to our relationships, offering our support and our love without trying to control or manipulate the outcome, allowing people the space to be exactly who they are. This kind of unconditional acceptance is a very high form of merit, as it requires us to let go of our own expectations and to trust in the inherent wisdom of each person's journey. When we stop trying to fix everyone and start simply loving them, we create a sanctuary of acceptance where true healing and growth can occur, and we find that our own hearts become much more spacious and at peace. There is a story of a young student who was once sent on a long journey to deliver a message to a distant village, and along the way, he encountered many people who were in need of small favors and assistance. At first, he was impatient and felt that these distractions were preventing him from completing his important mission, but as he continued, he began to realize that the journey itself was the mission. Each person he helped, each bridge he helped to repair, and each kind word he shared was a vital part of his growth, and by the time he reached the village, he was a much wiser and more compassionate person than when he started. This reminds us that the goal of our lives is not some distant achievement, but the quality of the steps we take every day, and the merit we create along the way is the true destination. We can also find merit in the way we handle our own successes and failures, learning how to stay humble in times of victory and how to stay resilient and hopeful in times of defeat. By not letting our ego become inflated by praise or crushed by criticism, we maintain an inner equilibrium that is a source of great strength for ourselves and for everyone who relies on us. This balance is the result of seeing life as a series of lessons rather than a series of judgments, and it allows us to move through the world with a sense of lightness and curiosity. When you see someone else succeed, take a moment to genuinely celebrate their happiness, for by doing so, you are breaking down the walls of comparison and opening your own heart to the abundance of the universe. Imagine the impact of choosing to forgive someone who has wronged you, not because they necessarily deserve it, but because you deserve peace and because you want to stop the cycle of resentment from continuing. Forgiveness is a powerful act of merit that liberates both the forgiver and the forgiven, and it creates a clearing in the mind where new and more positive emotions can begin to take root. It is like putting down a heavy stone that you have been carrying for a long time, and suddenly feeling the lightness of your own step as you walk away from the past. While it may not be easy, the effort to let go of old grievances is one of the most transformative things we can do for our own spiritual health and for the health of our relationships. There was once a quiet lady who lived in a small apartment and had a habit of always placing a small pot of flowers on the windowsill that faced the public street, purely for the enjoyment of the people walking by. She never saw their reactions and she never received any thanks, but she felt a deep sense of satisfaction in knowing that her little bit of color might brighten someone's walk or give them a moment of beauty in a busy day. This simple and anonymous act of sharing beauty is a wonderful example of how merit can be created without any need for an audience or any expectation of a return. It is the purest form of giving, a spontaneous outflow of the heart that recognizes the value of beauty and the importance of sharing it with the world. Think of the way you interact with the natural world, the way you treat the plants in your house, the animals in your neighborhood, and the very air and water that sustain you. To live with a sense of ecology, recognizing that we are all part of a delicate and interconnected web of life, is a profound way to create merit and to ensure a healthy future for all beings. When you choose to use less, to recycle more, and to treat every living creature with respect, you are making a statement about your commitment to the well-being of the planet. This sense of global responsibility is a natural extension of our personal practice of kindness, and it reminds us that our every choice has a ripple effect that touches the entire world. In the time of the Buddha, there was a man who was very poor but who had a great desire to offer something to the community of monks, yet he had nothing of material value to give. He decided that he would spend his mornings cleaning the paths that led to the monastery, removing the thorns and the sharp stones so that the monks could walk barefoot without being hurt. He did this for many years, his heart filled with a quiet devotion and a wish for the safety and the comfort of the practitioners, and eventually, the paths became so smooth and clean that they were known as the paths of peace. His simple, physical labor was a source of immense merit, not because of the result itself, but because of the spirit of service and the love that motivated his every movement. This tells us that no matter how little we think we have, we always have our energy and our intention, which are the most valuable currencies in the realm of the spirit. Whether you are helping a child with their homework, or volunteering to clean up a local park, or simply taking the time to listen to a neighbor's story, you are creating a world that is more cared for and more connected. These actions may not make the news or earn you any awards, but they are the silent foundations of a compassionate society, the invisible threads that hold us all together in times of trouble. Every time we choose to be helpful instead of indifferent, we are strengthening the fabric of our collective humanity and creating a reservoir of merit that supports everyone. Sometimes, the most challenging form of merit is to stay present and kind in the face of our own physical or emotional pain, choosing not to lash out at others or to retreat into a shell of self-pity. By acknowledging our suffering with a sense of compassion and then looking for ways to still be of service to others, we are demonstrating a level of spiritual maturity that is truly inspiring. This doesn't mean we should ignore our own needs, but it means we can find a way to be both a patient and a caregiver at the same time, using our own experience of pain to deepen our empathy for the pain of others. This alchemy of the heart, where we turn our own difficulties into a source of wisdom and connection, is one of the most profound ways to generate merit in the midst of a challenging life. There is a story of a great king who was once traveling through a forest and came across a humble hermit who was sitting in deep meditation, surrounded by an atmosphere of such intense peace that even the wild animals seemed to be at rest. The king was so moved by this sight that he offered the hermit half of his kingdom, but the hermit simply smiled and said that he already possessed everything he needed within his own mind. He explained that by letting go of desire and by cultivating a heart of universal love, he had found a wealth that could never be stolen or lost, and that his greatest joy was in sharing this peace with anyone who passed by. This story reminds us that true abundance is an internal state, and that the merit we create by refining our own character is the only treasure that truly lasts. We can all aspire to find that same sense of inner peace, even in the middle of our busy and often chaotic lives, by making time for reflection and by choosing to focus on the things that truly matter. When we prioritize our values over our impulses, and our long-term well-being over our short-term desires, we are building a life of integrity and merit that is a source of great stability and joy. This requires a certain amount of discipline and a willingness to look honestly at our own habits and patterns, but the rewards are well worth the effort. A mind that is clear and a heart that is open are the greatest gifts we can offer to ourselves and to the world, and they are the natural result of a life lived with awareness and intention. Imagine for a moment that every person you meet is a messenger, bringing you a lesson or an opportunity to practice a specific virtue, such as patience, generosity, or humility. When you view the world in this way, even the most difficult interactions become a chance to grow and to create new merit, rather than a source of frustration or anger. The person who cuts you off in traffic becomes a teacher of patience, the colleague who takes credit for your work becomes a teacher of humility, and the friend who is struggling becomes a teacher of compassion. By reframing our experiences in this way, we take back our power and ensure that our inner peace is not dependent on the behavior of others, but is rooted in our own commitment to our values. There was once a traveler who was crossing a high mountain pass and was caught in a sudden and violent blizzard, making it impossible for him to see more than a few feet in front of him. He was beginning to feel a sense of despair when he heard the sound of a bell ringing in the distance, and by following that sound, he was eventually able to reach a small monastery where he was given shelter and warmth. Later, he learned that the monks at the monastery took turns ringing the bell every hour during storms, specifically to guide lost travelers to safety, even if they didn't know if anyone was out there. This beautiful practice of providing a beacon for those who are lost is a powerful symbol of the role we can play in each other's lives, by being a source of hope and a guide for those who are struggling. You don't need a bell to be a beacon for others, as your steady presence, your kind words, and your consistent integrity are all ways of ringing a bell in the hearts of those around you. When people see that you are able to stay calm and kind in the face of difficulty, it gives them the courage to do the same, and it creates a ripple effect of peace that can travel far beyond your immediate circle. Your life is your message, and by choosing to make it a message of merit and compassion, you are contributing to a global shift toward a more conscious and caring world. Never underestimate the power of your example, for it is often the most effective way to inspire change and to create a legacy of goodness that will endure. Think of the way a small seed contains the potential for a massive tree, and how that potential is realized through the simple and consistent process of receiving water, sunlight, and nourishment from the soil. Our own potential for merit is like that seed, and it is realized through the daily practice of making small, conscious choices that align with our highest values and our deepest compassion. Every act of kindness is like a drop of water, every moment of mindfulness is like a ray of sunlight, and every challenge we face is like the soil that provides the necessary resistance for us to grow strong. Over time, these small efforts accumulate until we find ourselves standing tall, providing shade and fruit for everyone around us, rooted deeply in the truth of our own being. There is a story of a young girl who used to walk along the beach after a storm and would spend hours carefully picking up the starfish that had been washed ashore and throwing them back into the ocean. An old man who was watching her asked why she bothered, as there were thousands of starfish on the beach and she couldn't possibly save them all, so it didn't really make a difference. The girl picked up another starfish, looked at it for a moment, and then tossed it into the waves and said, "It made a difference to that one." This simple and profound perspective is the heart of creating merit in a world that can often seem overwhelming and indifferent, focusing on the immediate and the personal rather than the abstract and the distant. By making a difference to even one person, one animal, or one small corner of the world, we are performing an act of immense value, and we are contributing to the overall balance of goodness in the universe. We don't need to save the whole world to be a hero, we just need to be willing to do what we can, where we are, with what we have, and to do it with a heart that is full of love. This modest and realistic approach to merit ensures that we don't become discouraged by the scale of the world's problems, but instead stay focused on the beautiful and meaningful actions we can take right now. Every starfish we throw back into the ocean is a victory for compassion and a testament to the power of a single, dedicated heart. I remember a man who lived in a busy city and made it a point to always buy an extra newspaper or a small snack for the person who sat on the corner of his street every day, never stopping to chat for long but always offering a sincere smile and a few words of greeting. He said that this small routine kept him grounded and reminded him that everyone has a story and everyone deserves to be seen and respected, regardless of their circumstances. This simple practice of humanizing those who are often invisible is a powerful way to create merit and to foster a sense of community in a world that can often feel fragmented and cold. By choosing to see the humanity in everyone, we are creating a world that is more inclusive and more merciful, and we are enriching our own lives with a deeper sense of connection. As you go about your work, whether you are in an office, a shop, a hospital, or at home, try to see your labor as a form of service to the world, a way of contributing to the common good and of expressing your own unique talents. When we work with a spirit of excellence and a desire to be helpful, we turn our jobs into a field of merit, and we find a much deeper sense of satisfaction and purpose in what we do. Even the most repetitive tasks can be transformed into a meditation if we perform them with awareness and with a wish for the well-being of those who will benefit from our work. This shift in perspective makes our daily lives feel much more meaningful and ensures that we are always creating positive energy, no matter what our external circumstances may be. There was a story about a group of villagers who were trying to build a new well in a very dry area, and they were beginning to lose hope after weeks of digging with no sign of water. One of the elders encouraged them to keep going, saying that every shovel of dirt they moved was bringing them closer to the source, even if they couldn't see it yet. Finally, after one more day of hard work, a cool and clear spring bubbled up from the ground, providing enough water for the entire village and for generations to come. This story reminds us that the merit we are creating is often hidden beneath the surface, and that we must have the patience and the persistence to keep digging, even when it feels like nothing is happening. Trust in the hidden source of your own goodness, and know that every effort you make is bringing you closer to a life of profound peace and abundance, even if you don't see the results immediately. The water is there, waiting for you to reach it, and your consistent practice of kindness and mindfulness is the only tool you need to uncover it and to share it with the world. Be patient with yourself and with the process, and remember that the most beautiful things in life are often the ones that take the longest to grow and the most effort to nurture. Your life is a well of merit, and the more you dig, the more you will find a source of refreshment and hope that will never run dry. Think of the way you speak to yourself in the quiet moments of your own mind, and see if you can bring a sense of kindness and encouragement to your inner dialogue, rather than criticism and judgment. We are often our own harshest critics, and the merit of being a good friend to ourselves is one of the most important foundations for being a good friend to the world. When you make a mistake, instead of berating yourself, try to look at it with curiosity and a desire to learn, and then offer yourself the same forgiveness you would offer to someone you love. This internal culture of compassion makes it much easier to be genuinely kind to others, as we are no longer projecting our own self-judgment onto everyone else. By cultivating a peaceful and supportive inner environment, we become much more resilient and much more capable of responding to the challenges of the world with a sense of clarity and grace. We are not separate from the world, and the peace we create within ourselves is a direct contribution to the peace of the whole universe, a ripple of calm that reaches far beyond our own awareness. Treat yourself with the same reverence and care that you would treat a sacred object, for you are a vessel of life and a source of infinite potential for goodness and merit. Every breath you take in a state of self-compassion is an act of blessing for the world, a reminder that peace is possible and that it starts right here, in this very moment. There was once a traveler who was walking through a forest and found a beautiful bird that had been caught in a hunter's net, struggling and crying out in fear. The traveler carefully cut the net and released the bird, and as it flew away, it circled over his head 3 times as if to say thank you before disappearing into the trees. For the rest of the day, the traveler felt a sense of lightness and joy that he couldn't quite explain, as if the freedom he had given the bird had somehow become his own freedom as well. This is the secret of merit, that the kindness we extend to others always returns to us as a sense of inner liberation and a profound connection to the heart of all life. When you see someone who is trapped in a net of their own making, whether it is a net of anger, or fear, or confusion, try to find a way to help them find their own way out, not by judging them but by offering a steady hand and a clear perspective. Your patience and your non-judgment can be the tool that helps them cut through the layers of their own suffering and find their way back to a place of peace and clarity. By helping others to be free, you are participating in the most noble form of merit, the work of liberation that has been at the heart of every great spiritual tradition throughout history. Let your life be a source of freedom for others, a bright and steady light that shows them that a different way of living is possible, and that peace is always within reach. I remember a story about a woman who had a small garden that she shared with all the children in her neighborhood, allowing them to play among the flowers and to pick the fruit whenever they were hungry. Some people told her she was crazy to let them roam free and that they would ruin her hard work, but she simply replied that the joy of seeing them happy was the most beautiful bloom in her garden. She understood that things are only valuable in as much as they are used to bring joy and to foster connection, and her generosity created a sense of community that lasted for decades. Her life was a living example of the merit of sharing, a reminder that the things we hold on to are the things we lose, and the things we give away are the things we keep forever in our hearts. Think of the way you can share your own metaphorical garden with the world, whether it is a garden of knowledge, a garden of music, a garden of kindness, or a garden of simple presence. Don't be afraid that you will run out of things to give, for the heart is like a spring that is constantly being replenished by the very act of flowing out toward others. The more we share of ourselves, the more we discover new depths and new treasures within our own being, and the more we realize that we are part of an infinite and inexhaustible source of goodness. Let your life be a wide open garden, a place where everyone is welcome and where the fruits of your labor are a gift for all who pass by, creating a world that is more abundant and more joyful for everyone. There was once a wise teacher who said that the best way to spend a day was to do at least one thing that would make a stranger smile, and to do it in a way that they would never know it was you. He believed that these anonymous acts of kindness were the most effective way to purify the ego and to build a secret reservoir of merit that would sustain us through the most difficult times. Whether it is leaving an anonymous gift, or cleaning up a public space, or simply sending a silent blessing to everyone you see, these hidden actions create a sense of magic and mystery in the world. They remind us that there is a hidden hand of goodness working behind the scenes, and they inspire others to look for ways to be that hidden hand for someone else. Try to find your own secret ways to contribute to the happiness of others, and feel the quiet joy that comes from being a silent benefactor for the world around you. This sense of participation in the hidden work of merit is a great source of inner strength and a reminder that we are all part of a large and beautiful conspiracy of kindness. You don't need anyone to know what you are doing, for the universe is watching, and the peace in your own heart is the only confirmation you will ever need. Let your life be a series of these beautiful, hidden acts, a quiet and steady contribution to the collective awakening and the healing of our world, one secret smile at a time. I often think about the way a single drop of ink can color an entire glass of water, and how our own energy and our own intention can color the atmosphere of every room we enter and every person we touch. If we carry a mind of merit and a heart of compassion, we naturally bring a sense of warmth and light to the world, even without saying a word or doing anything special. This is the power of being, the realization that our very presence is a contribution to the world, and that the quality of our consciousness is our most important offering. By focusing on our own inner transformation, we are performing a great service for all beings, as a peaceful and awakened person is a source of healing for the entire universe. As the light of the day begins to fade once more, let us rest in the knowledge that we have done our best to be a source of goodness and to live with a sense of purpose and integrity. There is a deep and lasting peace that comes from knowing that our lives are aligned with the highest truths and that our actions are a reflection of our deepest values. Trust in the power of your own merit, and know that it is a light that will never go out, a source of guidance and comfort that will stay with you through all the cycles of life and death. You are a beautiful and vital part of this great mystery, and your journey is a testament to the enduring power of love to transform the world and to lead us all home to peace. There was a story about a traveler who found a small, golden key lying in the dust of a busy market, and instead of keeping it for himself, he spent the entire day looking for the person who had lost it. When he finally found the owner, a poor old man who was distraught because the key opened the only chest he had with his family's memories, the traveler felt a sense of joy that was much more valuable than any treasure the key could have unlocked. This simple act of honesty and concern for the loss of another is a profound form of merit, a reminder that the integrity of our own heart is the most precious thing we possess. By choosing to do the right thing, even when no one is watching and even when it costs us something, we are building a character that is truly noble and a life that is truly blessed. We are all constantly finding keys in the dust of our lives, opportunities to be honest, to be kind, and to be helpful, and the choices we make in those moments are the building blocks of our destiny. Let your life be a series of these right choices, a beautiful and consistent expression of your commitment to the truth and to the well-being of others. This is the path of merit, the quiet and steady practice of being a person of integrity in a world that often values convenience over character. Every time you choose the high road, you are making it a little easier for everyone else to do the same, and you are contributing to a culture of trust and respect that is the foundation of a healthy world. Think of the way a calm and steady voice can quiet a room of shouting people, and how your own inner stability can provide a sense of security and peace for those who are caught in the storms of their own minds. By being a person who is not easily moved by praise or blame, and who is able to stay centered and kind even in the face of conflict, you are offering a great service to everyone around you. This inner strength is the result of many years of practice and many small choices made every day, and it is one of the most valuable forms of merit we can cultivate. Let your life be a source of stability for others, a quiet and steady presence that shows them that it is possible to remain at peace even in the middle of a world that is often chaotic and unpredictable. There is a story of a woman who spent her whole life tending to a small, public garden that was located in the middle of a busy and noisy city, and how she never complained about the pollution or the noise but simply focused on the beauty of her flowers. Over the years, her garden became a sanctuary for people from all walks of life, a place where they could find a moment of peace and a reminder of the beauty of the natural world. She never asked for any money or any recognition, she simply found joy in the work itself and in the pleasure that her garden brought to others. Her life was a living example of the merit of dedication and the power of a single person to create a world of beauty in even the most unlikely places. We can all find our own garden to tend, that one small corner of the world where we can create something beautiful and meaningful for the benefit of others. It might be a physical garden, or it might be a project at work, or it might be the way we raise our children or care for our elderly parents. Whatever it is, let it be an expression of your love and your commitment to the well-being of the world, and do it with a heart that is free from the need for anything in return. This is the essence of creating merit in the flow of daily life, the quiet and steady practice of being a source of light and hope for everyone you encounter, and it is a path that leads to a life of profound peace and abundance. I once knew a man who would always carry a small pocketful of seeds and would scatter them along the sides of the road whenever he went for a walk, imagining the wildflowers that would bloom there in the seasons to come. He didn't do it to see the result himself, but because he loved the thought of a stranger finding a moment of beauty on a dusty path. This simple act of sowing seeds for the future is a beautiful metaphor for how we can live our own lives, planting seeds of goodness and kindness today that will bloom into a more beautiful world for generations to come. We are all sowers of seeds, and the quality of the world we leave behind depends on the quality of the seeds we choose to plant in every moment of our lives. As the stars appear in the sky, let us reflect on the fact that we are all made of the same stardust and that we are all part of the same infinite and beautiful universe. There is no separation between us and the world, and every act of merit we perform is a contribution to the overall harmony and beauty of the whole. Let your life be a bright and steady star in the firmament of humanity, a source of light and guidance for everyone who is trying to find their way home to peace. You are a vital and beautiful part of this great mystery, and your journey of creating merit is a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit to rise above its limitations and to shine with a light that is truly divine. There was a story of a wise old man who lived on the edge of a village and was known for his ability to solve any problem with a simple story and a warm smile. When someone asked him how he had become so wise, he said that he had spent his whole life listening to the stories of others and trying to understand the world from their perspective. He explained that by letting go of his own opinions and by opening his heart to the experiences of others, he had found a wisdom that was much deeper than anything he could have learned from books. This reminds us that the merit of listening and of empathy is one of the most powerful ways to build a life of wisdom and peace, as it allows us to connect with the universal human experience and to find a common ground with everyone we meet. Try to be that listener in your own life, the person who truly hears what others are saying and who tries to understand the feelings and the needs behind their words. This simple act of attention is a profound form of charity, as it gives people the gift of being seen and understood, which is often all they really need to feel supported and at peace. By being a source of empathy and understanding, you are creating a field of merit that is deeply healing for everyone involved, and you are helping to build a world that is more compassionate and more connected. Your ears can be a tool for creating peace, and your heart can be a sanctuary for the stories of the world, making you a source of wisdom and hope for everyone you encounter. I remember a woman who had a habit of always leaving a small, handwritten note of encouragement on the mirrors of public restrooms, hoping that someone who was having a difficult day might see it and feel a little bit better. She never knew who saw the notes and she never received any thanks, but she felt a sense of joy in knowing that her small gesture might make a difference in someone's life. This is another example of the merit of small, anonymous acts of kindness, the quiet and steady practice of being a source of hope and comfort for the world in even the most ordinary places. We can all find our own version of leaving notes, that one small thing we can do to brighten someone's day and to remind them that they are not alone. As you prepare for sleep, take a moment to breathe deeply and to let go of any tension or stress you may be carrying from the day, allowing your mind to settle into a state of profound peace and gratitude. Think of all the small ways you were a source of merit today, and let those memories fill your heart with a sense of warmth and satisfaction, knowing that you have done your best to be a good person. Even if the day was difficult or if you didn't accomplish everything you wanted, the very fact that you are aware of your own intentions is a sign of your growing wisdom and your commitment to the path. Trust in the power of your own goodness, and know that you are part of a great and beautiful movement toward the light that is happening in every heart. The night is a time for rest and renewal, a chance to reconnect with our deepest source of peace and to prepare ourselves for the new opportunities that the morning will bring. Let your sleep be a state of deep and restful meditation, where your mind and body are nourished by the stillness and the quiet of the universe. When you wake up, let your first thought be one of gratitude for the gift of a new day, and your first action be one of kindness toward yourself and others, continuing the beautiful journey of creating merit in every moment. Each day is a fresh opportunity to be a little more mindful, a little more compassionate, and a lot more at peace, and every step you take with awareness is a victory for the human spirit. There was a story about a traveler who was walking through a vast desert and came across a single, beautiful flower that was growing in the shade of a large rock, seemingly thriving despite the harsh environment. He was so moved by the sight of such resilience and beauty that he sat down beside it and spent the entire afternoon simply admiring its delicate petals and its vibrant colors. He realized that the flower didn't need to be in a lush garden to be beautiful, it simply needed to be exactly what it was, right where it was, and that was enough to inspire him and to give him the strength to continue his journey. This is a perfect metaphor for how we can live our own lives, finding the strength to be a source of beauty and merit even in the most difficult and challenging circumstances. You don't need a perfect life to be a source of goodness, for the merit you create by being resilient and kind in the face of adversity is often the most powerful and the most inspiring of all. Let your own resilience be a source of hope for others, a reminder that it is possible to find beauty and peace even in the middle of a desert, and that the human spirit is capable of thriving in even the harshest of conditions. Your life is a beautiful and unique expression of the same creative force that brought the flower to bloom, and by living with integrity and compassion, you are contributing to the overall beauty and balance of the whole. Every moment of your life is a chance to be that flower, a source of light and inspiration for everyone who is lucky enough to cross your path. I once knew a man who spent his whole life collecting old and discarded books and then giving them away to children in poor neighborhoods, hoping to spark a love of reading and a sense of wonder in their young minds. He believed that books were a gateway to a larger and more beautiful world, and that by sharing them, he was helping to create a future that was more educated and more compassionate. He never asked for any money or any praise, he simply found joy in seeing the excitement in the children's eyes and in knowing that he was playing a part in their growth. His life was a testament to the power of a single person to make a difference through a simple and consistent act of sharing, proving that we all have something valuable to offer the world. Think of the things you have to share, whether it is your books, your knowledge, your time, or your heart, and find ways to give them away to those who need them most. The merit of sharing is one of the most powerful and the most satisfying of all, as it reminds us of our connection to others and of the abundance of our own lives. When we give from a place of love and a desire to be helpful, we find that our own store of goodness is constantly being replenished, and that the joy we give away is the joy we receive back in even greater measure. Let your life be a source of sharing, a bright and steady light that shows the world that we have enough and that we are happy to contribute to the happiness of others. As the sun begins to rise on a new day, let us greet it with a sense of wonder and a commitment to being the best versions of ourselves we can be, looking for new ways to create merit and to be a blessing to the world. Each day is a blank canvas where we can paint a masterpiece of kindness and compassion, and every action we take is a stroke of the brush that adds to the beauty of the whole. Let your life be a work of art, a beautiful and enduring testament to the power of the human spirit to create goodness and to find peace in even the most ordinary of moments. You are a vital and beautiful part of this great mystery, and your journey of merit is a source of hope and inspiration for everyone who is lucky enough to share this world with you. I remember a story about a group of travelers who were crossing a high mountain pass and were beginning to feel the effects of the thin air and the cold wind, making them tired and discouraged. One of them, who was a little stronger than the others, began to sing a cheerful song and to offer words of encouragement to everyone else, helping them to keep moving and to find the strength to reach the summit. He didn't have to do it, and he was tired himself, but his spirit of kindness and his willingness to support the group made all the difference, turning a difficult journey into a shared adventure of hope and triumph. This is the power of being a leader of the heart, someone who uses their own strength to lift others up and who brings a sense of joy and possibility to every situation. You can be that leader in your own life, the person who brings a song of hope and a word of encouragement to your family, your friends, and your community, helping everyone to reach their own summits of peace and fulfillment. Your merit is not just for yourself, but is a gift for everyone around you, a source of inspiration and strength that helps us all to keep moving forward with a sense of purpose and grace. Let your life be a song of hope, a melody of compassion that resonates in the hearts of all who hear it, and a reminder that we are all in this together and that we have the power to help each other succeed. Every act of encouragement is a drop of merit that adds to the collective weight of goodness in the world, and you should be proud of the part you are playing in this beautiful and important work. As we continue on our journey, let us remember to be gentle with ourselves and with others, recognizing that we are all doing the best we can in a world that is often challenging and unpredictable. There is so much beauty to be found in our shared humanity, and in our collective effort to be more mindful, more kind, and more at peace with ourselves and with each other. Let your merit be a bridge that brings people together, a light that shows the way home to peace, and a source of warmth that comforts us all in the times of darkness. You are a beautiful and unique expression of the same creative force that brought the universe into being, and your journey of merit is a sacred and beautiful contribution to the unfolding of the world. Think of the way a small candle can light a whole room if it is placed in the right spot, and how your own small actions, done with great love and intentionality, can have a profound impact on the lives of those around you. You don't need to be famous or powerful to change the world, you just need to be willing to be a source of light and to let your own goodness shine through in everything you do. Merit is the energy that fuels our internal lamp, and the more we cultivate it through our daily practices of kindness and mindfulness, the brighter our light will be. Let your life be a bright and steady lamp for the world, a source of hope and inspiration that guides us all toward a future that is filled with peace, abundance, and a profound sense of connection to the heart of all life. In the gentle expansion of our journey, as the morning mist begins to lift and reveal the intricate details of the world once more, we can start to see that merit is also deeply rooted in the art of preservation and the respect we show for the wisdom of the past. Every time we choose to maintain a tradition of kindness, or when we take the time to study the profound teachings that have been handed down through generations, we are participating in a grand lineage of merit that bridges the gap between those who came before us and those who will follow. There is a specific kind of grace in being a protector of goodness, a person who ensures that the flame of compassion does not flicker out in a world that often prizes the new and the flashy over the timeless and the true. By valuing the lessons of history and the experiences of our elders, we are building a reservoir of merit that is seasoned with maturity and depth, providing a stable foundation for the spontaneous acts of charity we perform throughout the day. There is an old story from a distant village about a traveler who was gifted a small, ancient lantern that had been passed through his family for centuries, and he was told that the flame would never die as long as he shared its light with those in the dark. At first, he was very protective of the lantern, hiding it under his cloak for fear that the wind would blow it out, but he soon noticed that the light grew dim and the oil seemed to vanish whenever he kept it only for himself. One night, while crossing a treacherous bridge, he saw a group of strangers stumbling in the shadows, and without thinking, he held the lantern high to show them the way, and suddenly the flame roared to life, becoming brighter and more vibrant than ever before. This simple miracle taught him that merit is not something to be hoarded or guarded like a secret treasure, but is a living energy that thrives and multiplies only when it is used to illuminate the path for others. In our own lives, We can apply this wisdom by being generous with our knowledge and our life lessons, especially with the younger generation who are just beginning to navigate the complexities of existence. To mentor someone with patience, to offer guidance without ego, and to share our mistakes so that others might avoid the same pitfalls, is a magnificent way to generate merit that ripples forward into the future. When you see someone struggling with a task you have already mastered, instead of feeling superior, offer your hand with a spirit of equality, remembering the time when you were also a beginner in need of a kind word. This horizontal sharing of wisdom creates a culture of mutual support where everyone is both a teacher and a student, and where the collective merit of the community grows through every shared insight and every collaborative effort. Think about the way you handle your mistakes and the moments when you fail to live up to your own highest standards, for there is a hidden merit in the way we rise after a fall. To offer yourself a sincere and gentle correction, without the harsh whip of self-hatred, is a profound act of internal charity that allows you to return to the path with a clear mind and a humble heart. When we are honest about our flaws, we become much more approachable and much more capable of offering genuine comfort to others who are also struggling with their own imperfections. Merit is found in the transparency of our spirit, in our willingness to be seen as we are, and in our commitment to keep trying despite the many times we stumble along the way. There was a story about a humble weaver who spent his days making simple mats from dried reeds, and every time he finished a mat, he would weave a tiny, invisible blessing into the corner, wishing that whoever sat upon it would find a moment of peace and clarity. He never spoke of this to anyone, and the people who bought his mat simply noticed that they felt a strange sense of calm whenever they used them, as if the very fibers of the reeds were imbued with a quiet and steady warmth. This beautiful practice of infusing our work with silent intentions is a way to create merit that bypasses the ego and speaks directly to the soul of the world. Whether you are typing a report, cleaning a floor, or preparing a meal, you can breathe a silent wish for the well-being of those who will interact with your labor, turning every task into a vessel for your compassion. We often find that the most rewarding form of merit comes from being the one who brings a sense of reconciliation to a divided group, acting as a bridge between conflicting opinions and wounded hearts. To listen to both sides with a neutral and caring mind, and to look for the common humanity that lies beneath the layers of anger and misunderstanding, is a sacred task that requires a great deal of courage and patience. By refusing to take sides in a way that fuels the fire of conflict, and by instead offering a cool and steady presence that invites dialogue, you are creating a world that is more unified and more resilient. Every time you help two people find a way back to each other, you are performing an act of merit that has the power to heal entire families and communities, creating a legacy of harmony that will endure long after the disagreement has been forgotten. Imagine the impact of practicing the merit of patience in a world that is constantly demanding faster results and more immediate gratification. To be the person who can wait with a smile, who can breathe through a delay without frustration, and who can offer a sense of calm to those who are anxious, is a revolutionary act of kindness. This stillness in the face of pressure is a gift to everyone around you, as it provides a sanctuary where people can slow down and reconnect with their own center. Your patience is a form of protection, a way of ensuring that the stress of the world does not dictate the quality of your interactions, and it allows you to act from a place of wisdom rather than from a place of habitual reaction. There is an account of a young man who lived during the time of the great masters, who was not very strong or very smart, but who was known for his incredible ability to find beauty in things that others had discarded. He would collect broken pottery and mend the cracks with gold, or take withered plants and nurture them back to life with such devotion that they would eventually bloom with an intensity that surpassed the healthy ones. His merit was the merit of restoration, the ability to see the hidden potential in the broken and the forgotten, and to offer his energy to make them whole again. This teaches us that we can create immense merit by being the ones who give a second chance to people and things that the world has given up on, recognizing that everything has a place and a value in the great tapestry of life. You may find that as you commit to this path of daily merit, your senses become more acute and you start to notice the subtle needs of the world that you might have missed before. The thirsty plant in the corner of a public building, the lonely look in the eyes of an elderly neighbor, or the slight tremor in the voice of a friend who is trying to be brave, all become invitations for you to act with kindness. This heightened sensitivity is a sign that your heart is becoming more open and more aligned with the natural flow of compassion that moves through all things. When we respond to these small calls for help, we are participating in the constant and quiet work of the universe, ensuring that the light of care is never extinguished in any corner of our lives. Think about the way you use your voice, not just to communicate information, but to offer comfort, to speak the truth, and to celebrate the goodness you see in others. To offer a sincere compliment, to acknowledge someone's hard work, or to speak a word of defense for those who are being unfairly judged, is a powerful way to use your energy to build a more just and loving world. Our words are like seeds that we scatter into the minds of others, and by choosing to plant only seeds of encouragement and understanding, we are creating a garden of merit that will continue to grow in the hearts of everyone we meet. A voice that is used with wisdom and kindness is a source of immense healing, a melody that brings a sense of belonging and hope to those who feel lost or marginalized. There was once a traveler who came across a group of people who were trying to move a large, fallen tree that was blocking the main road to their village, and despite their best efforts, the tree would not budge. The traveler didn't have much physical strength, but he noticed that the people were not pulling at the same time, so he began to clap his hands in a steady rhythm, helping them to coordinate their movements. With the help of the rhythm, the people were able to move the tree with ease, and they were so grateful for the traveler's simple but effective contribution. This story reminds us that merit doesn't always require us to do the heavy lifting, but it can be found in the way we provide the structure, the rhythm, and the encouragement that allows others to succeed together. In our modern workplaces and organizations, we can create merit by being the ones who facilitate cooperation and who look for ways to make everyone's job a little easier and more harmonious. By focusing on the collective success rather than on our own individual recognition, we are creating a reservoir of merit that benefits the whole team and creates a more positive and productive environment. This selfless way of working is a direct expression of our understanding that we are all interconnected, and that the happiness and success of one person is tied to the happiness and success of everyone. Every time you offer a word of support to a colleague, or when you take the time to listen to someone's concerns, you are building a bridge of trust that makes the entire organization stronger and more compassionate. Sometimes, the greatest act of merit is to simply allow yourself to be helped by others, acknowledging your own needs and offering someone else the opportunity to experience the joy of giving. This humble acceptance is a vital part of the cycle of merit, as it prevents us from becoming proud or self-sufficient in a way that cuts us off from the human community. When we allow someone to hold the door for us, or to offer us a word of comfort, or to share their resources with us, we are validating their goodness and participating in a mutual exchange of love. This vulnerability is a form of strength, a way of saying that we are all in this together and that we all need each other to navigate the journey of life. I remember a woman who lived in a small, quiet town and made it her mission to always carry a few extra umbrellas in her car during the rainy season, specifically to give away to people she saw walking in the rain without any protection. She never asked for them back and she never waited for a thank you, she simply offered them with a smile and drove away, feeling a sense of pure delight in knowing that she had saved a stranger from getting soaked. This simple and practical act of kindness is a beautiful example of how we can look ahead and prepare ourselves to be a source of merit for the world. By anticipating the needs of others and by being ready to respond with generosity, we are creating a life that is constantly looking for ways to be helpful and to bring a sense of comfort to the lives of those around us. Think about the way you spend your time when no one is watching, the books you read, the thoughts you dwell on, and the way you treat your own environment. There is a quiet merit in the way we cultivate our own inner world, ensuring that our minds are filled with positive and inspiring content that will naturally flow out into our actions. To spend time in reflection, to study the words of the wise, and to practice mindfulness in the quiet of our own homes, is to build a solid foundation of character that can weather any external storm. This internal work is the invisible engine that drives our external acts of goodness, ensuring that they are rooted in a deep and stable source of wisdom rather than in a fleeting desire for approval or recognition. There was a story about a great artist who was commissioned to paint a mural on the walls of a temple, and instead of choosing a scene of grand battles or powerful gods, he chose to paint a series of simple, everyday acts of kindness. He painted a child sharing a piece of fruit, an old man helping a traveler carry his bags, and a woman tending to a wounded animal, all with such detail and love that the images seemed to come to life. When the mural was finished, people from all over the country came to see it, and they found that the simple images touched them more deeply than any grand scene ever could. This artist's merit was the ability to elevate the ordinary and to show the world the profound beauty and holiness that can be found in the simplest gestures of love. We can all be artists of the ordinary in our own lives, by bringing a sense of reverence and beauty to the small tasks we perform every day and by recognizing the sacredness of our interactions with others. When we treat the mundane details of our lives as a canvas for our compassion, we are creating a masterpiece of merit that inspires and uplifts everyone who sees it. You don't need a brush or a canvas to be an artist. You just need a heart that is full of love and a mind that is clear enough to see the beauty that is already there. Every act of kindness is a stroke of the brush, every word of truth is a splash of color, and every moment of mindfulness is a way of bringing the whole image into focus, making your life a beautiful and enduring gift for the world. Think of the way a small stream can carve its way through a solid rock over many years, not through force, but through the steady and consistent power of its flow. Our merit is like that stream, a quiet and persistent force that can slowly but surely transform the hardness of our own hearts and the hearts of those around us. We don't need to be loud or aggressive to make a difference, we just need to be consistent in our kindness and unwavering in our commitment to our values. This gentle and steady approach to life is a source of immense strength, as it allows us to overcome even the greatest obstacles with a sense of grace and persistence. Every small act of goodness is a drop of water that adds to the flow, ensuring that we are always moving forward and always making a positive impact on the world. There was once a wise teacher who lived on the outskirts of a busy city and was known for his ability to find peace even in the middle of the most chaotic situations. When asked his secret, he said that he looked at everything that happened to him as a form of nourishment for his soul, whether it was a pleasant experience or a difficult one. He explained that just as a tree needs both the sun and the rain to grow, we need both the joys and the sorrows of life to develop a character that is truly deep and resilient. This perspective allows us to create merit even in our most challenging moments, by using our difficulties as a way to practice patience, humility, and compassion for ourselves and for others. By accepting life in all its complexity, we find a peace that is not dependent on our circumstances, but is rooted in our own internal state of grace. As we continue to walk this path together, let us look at each other with a sense of wonder and appreciation for the unique journey that each of us is on. There is so much beauty to be found in the diversity of our experiences and in the collective effort we are making to be more mindful, more kind, and more at peace with ourselves and with each other. Let your merit be a bridge that brings people together, a light that shows the way home to the heart, and a source of warmth that comforts us all in the times of uncertainty. You are a vital and beautiful part of this great mystery, and your journey of creating merit is a sacred and beautiful contribution to the unfolding of the world. Imagine the impact of deciding to live with a sense of enoughness, recognizing that you have all the resources you need within your own mind to be happy and to be a source of goodness for others. This realization frees you from the constant race for more and allows you to focus on the quality of your presence and the depth of your connections. When we are not constantly looking for something outside of ourselves to make us feel whole, we become much more capable of giving freely and without any hidden agenda. This selfless way of being is the ultimate source of merit, as it reflects the primordial wisdom that knows we are not separate from the world, but are an intrinsic part of its magnificent and unfolding story. I remember a story about a traveler who was walking through a dense forest and came across a small, hidden pool of water that was so clear and still that it perfectly reflected the sky and the trees. He sat by the pool for a long time, feeling a sense of deep peace and clarity as he watched the reflections dance on the surface of the water. He realized that the pool didn't have to do anything to be beautiful, it simply had to be still and clear enough to reflect the truth of the world around it. This is a perfect metaphor for our own minds, which can become a source of profound merit and wisdom when we allow them to become still and clear through the practice of mindfulness and meditation. When we are not cluttered with the noise of our own desires and fears, we naturally reflect the beauty and the goodness of the universe, and we become a source of inspiration and peace for all who see us. Think of the way you can bring a sense of stillness to your own life, even in the middle of a busy day, by taking a few moments to simply breathe and to reconnect with your own center. This practice of mini meditations throughout the day is a wonderful way to maintain your inner equilibrium and to ensure that your actions are always coming from a place of clarity and compassion. Every breath you take with awareness is a moment of merit, a tiny but significant contribution to the overall peace of your own mind and to the peace of the world around you. By making friends with the silence and the stillness, you are building a reservoir of wisdom that will guide you through the complexities of your life with a sense of grace and ease. There was a story about a group of workers who were building a large cathedral, and each of them was asked what they were doing. The first worker said he was cutting stone, the second worker said he was earning a living for his family, but the third worker said with a smile, "I am building a house for the divine." This shift in perspective, from the mundane task to the higher purpose, is a powerful way to create merit in everything we do. When we see our daily chores, our work, and our interactions as a contribution to the overall goodness and beauty of the world, we find a much deeper sense of satisfaction and meaning in our lives. Every action, no matter how small, becomes a sacred task when it is performed with a spirit of devotion and a wish for the well-being of all. You can apply this same higher purpose to your own life, by looking for the deeper meaning in even the most ordinary tasks and by finding ways to serve the common good in everything you do. Whether you are washing the dishes, helping a child with their homework, or working on a complex project at your job, you can choose to see your actions as a contribution to the peace and happiness of the world. This sense of purpose turns your life into a continuous stream of merit, a beautiful and enduring prayer that resonates in every corner of your existence. By living with this level of intentionality, you are making your life a work of art and a source of inspiration for everyone who crosses your path. As the light of the afternoon begins to soften and turn to gold, take a moment to reflect on the beauty of your own journey and the many opportunities you have had to be a source of merit today. Every kind thought, every helpful gesture, and every moment of awareness is a treasure that you have added to the world, and you should feel a quiet and steady joy in that. There is no need to be perfect, for the very effort to be a good person is itself a victory and a sign of your growing wisdom and your commitment to the path of peace. Trust in the power of your own goodness, and know that you are part of a great and beautiful movement toward the light that is happening in every heart and in every corner of the universe. The night will soon be here, and it is a time for rest and for integration, a chance for all the merit you have created today to settle into your soul and to become a permanent part of your character. Let your sleep be a state of deep and restful sanctuary, where you can reconnect with the source of all peace and prepare yourself for the new opportunities that tomorrow will bring. When you wake up, let your first thought be one of gratitude for the gift of life, and your first action be one of kindness toward yourself and others, continuing the beautiful dance of merit in every moment. Each day is a fresh opportunity to be a little more mindful, a little more compassionate, and a lot more at peace, and every step you take with awareness is a victory for the human spirit. There was once a traveler who found a small, withered rose in a dusty market and decided to take it home and to see if he could bring it back to life. He spent many weeks carefully watering it, giving it the right amount of sunlight, and even speaking to it with words of encouragement, and slowly but surely, the rose began to recover. Finally, one morning, it opened its petals and revealed a beauty and a fragrance that were so intense that they filled the entire house, bringing a sense of pure delight to the traveler and everyone who visited him. This simple and patient act of care is a beautiful example of how we can nurture the goodness in ourselves and in others, even when it seems to be lost or withered beyond repair. We are all like that rose, and we all have the potential to bloom with an incredible beauty and fragrance if we are given the right care and the right environment. By being that source of care for ourselves and for others, we are creating a world that is more vibrant and more alive, and we are participating in the most beautiful and meaningful work of all. Merit is the water and the sunlight of the soul, and the more we cultivate it, the more we find ourselves blooming in ways we never thought possible. Trust in the power of your own growth, and know that every small effort you make is bringing you closer to your true nature and making your life a masterpiece of light and love. I remember a story about a man who lived in a busy city and made it a point to always carry a small pocket full of colorful ribbons, which he would tie to the branches of the trees in the public park whenever he went for a walk. He said that the ribbons were a way to celebrate the beauty of the trees and to remind everyone who passed by that life is a gift that is meant to be enjoyed and shared. Over time, the trees in the park became covered in hundreds of colorful ribbons, creating a magical and hopeful atmosphere that touched the hearts of everyone who saw them. This simple and playful act of beauty is a wonderful way to create merit and to foster a sense of wonder and delight in our often too serious and busy world. Think of your own version of tying ribbons, that one small thing you can do to bring a sense of magic and hope to the world around you. It might be leaving small gifts for strangers, or sharing beautiful poems on social media, or simply wearing a bright and cheerful smile whenever you go out. Whatever it is, let it be an expression of your unique spirit and your desire to be a source of light and joy for others. This playful approach to merit ensures that your practice stays fresh and inspiring, and it reminds us all that the path of goodness is meant to be a journey of joy and celebration. Every ribbon you tie is a reminder that beauty is everywhere, and that we all have the power to make the world a little more colorful and a lot more hopeful. As we prepare for the quiet of the night, let us carry with us a sense of lightness and a spirit of gratitude for all the beauty and the merit we have experienced today. There is a deep and lasting peace that comes from knowing that we have tried our best to be a good person, and that our lives are making a positive difference in the world, even in the smallest of ways. Trust in the power of your own journey, and know that every step you take with awareness and kindness is a treasure that will stay with you forever, guiding you and everyone you meet toward a future that is bright and full of promise. Sleep well, dear friends, and know that you are part of a beautiful and endless story of love and light that is always unfolding in the heart of the universe. There was a story about a traveler who was walking through a beautiful meadow and saw a single, tiny butterfly that was trying to find its way through a field of tall grass. He sat down and watched it for a long time, feeling a sense of pure wonder at its delicate beauty and its persistent effort to reach the flowers. He realized that the butterfly didn't need to be strong or powerful to be a source of inspiration, it simply had to be itself and to keep moving forward with a sense of purpose and grace. This is a perfect metaphor for our own lives, and for the way we can be a source of merit and hope for others simply by being authentic and by moving through the world with a heart that is full of love. You don't need to do big things to make a big difference, for the merit you create by being your true and compassionate self is often the most powerful and the most enduring of all. Let your own authenticity be a source of light for others, a reminder that it is possible to find beauty and peace even in the middle of a complex and challenging world. Your life is a beautiful and unique expression of the same creative force that brought the butterfly to life, and by living with integrity and kindness, you are contributing to the overall beauty and balance of the whole. Every moment of your life is a chance to be that butterfly, a source of light and inspiration for everyone who is lucky enough to cross your path, making the world a more magical and hopeful place for everyone. I once knew a man who spent his whole life collecting smooth and beautiful stones from the riverbank and then giving them away to people he met, telling them that each stone was a reminder of the steady and unwavering strength of the earth. He believed that these simple objects could provide a sense of comfort and grounding for those who were feeling overwhelmed by the stresses of life, and he always gave them away with a warm and sincere smile. Many people kept his stones on their desks or in their pockets for years, finding a strange sense of peace and stability in their presence, as if the stones themselves were carrying a piece of his quiet and steady kindness. This simple and tangible act of sharing is a beautiful example of how we can offer a sense of support and connection to others in even the most ordinary of ways. Think of the things you can offer to others as a reminder of their own strength and their own worth, whether it is a kind word, a supportive gesture, or a simple and beautiful object that carries a piece of your own heart. The merit of offering support and comfort is one of the most powerful and the most satisfying of all, as it reminds us of our shared humanity and of the importance of being there for each other. When we give from a place of love and a desire to be helpful, we find that our own store of goodness is constantly being replenished, and that the peace we give away is the peace we receive back in even greater measure. Let your life be a source of support and connection for others, a bright and steady light that shows the world that we are never alone and that we always have each other to lean on. As the stars appear in the sky once more, let us reflect on the fact that we are all part of a large and beautiful dance of life, where every action and every thought has a place and a purpose. There is no such thing as an insignificant act of merit, for even the smallest gesture of kindness adds to the overall beauty and balance of the universe. Let your life be a beautiful and harmonious melody in this grand dance, a source of light and hope for everyone who is trying to find their own rhythm and their own path. You are a vital and beautiful part of this great mystery, and your journey of creating merit is a sacred and beautiful contribution to the unfolding of the world, a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit to rise above its limitations and to shine with a light that is truly divine. I remember a story about a traveler who was walking along a dusty road and found a small, broken shell that was lying in the dirt, far away from the ocean where it belonged. He picked it up and held it to his ear, and to his surprise, he could still hear the sound of the waves inside, a faint and beautiful reminder of its true home. He carried the shell with him for many miles until he finally reached the shore, where he gently placed it back in the water, feeling a sense of deep satisfaction in knowing that he had helped it find its way back to where it belonged. This story reminds us that we all have a true home in the heart of peace and compassion, and that sometimes we need a little help to find our way back when we have lost our way. By being a source of guidance and support for others, we are helping them to reconnect with their own true nature and to find their way back to a place of clarity and love. This work of bringing the shells back to the ocean is a magnificent form of merit, a way of participating in the universal movement toward healing and wholeness. Let your life be a source of guidance and hope for others, a warm and steady hand that helps them to find their way home to their own heart and to the heart of the universe. You are a vital and beautiful part of this great mystery, and your journey of creating merit is a sacred and beautiful contribution to the unfolding of the world, making it a more compassionate and hopeful place for everyone. In the quiet transition of our thoughts, as we move deeper into the heart of this shared space, there is a subtle beauty in recognizing that merit is also created through the silent art of non-reaction, the strength it takes to witness a storm of negativity and choose not to add a single drop of rain to it. We often think of goodness as something we must do, an active gesture or a spoken word, but there is an equally profound merit in what we choose not to do, such as not passing on a sharp remark, not engaging in a heated argument, and not allowing the anger of another to dictate our own internal weather. This discipline of the spirit acts as a natural filter for the world, ensuring that the heavy cycles of resentment stop when they reach us, much like a thick forest absorbing the noise of a distant highway and offering back only the sound of rustling leaves. By holding this steady, calm space, you are providing a silent service to everyone around you, showing that it is possible to remain unaffected by the chaos and to be a reservoir of peace in a thirsty environment. There is a touching account from the ancient scrolls about a young monk who was assigned to live in a very busy, noisy marketplace, far away from the quiet sanctuary of his mountain cave, and at first, he felt his mind scattering like dry leaves in a windstorm. He went to his teacher and asked how he could possibly find any blessing in such a crowded, loud place where everyone seemed to be shouting and rushing, and the teacher simply told him to become the space through which the sound travels. He began to look at the market not as a source of irritation, but as a vast, living classroom where every shout was a lesson in focus, and every push was a lesson in balance, eventually finding that his heart could remain as still as a deep well even while the surface of the world was churning. His merit was no longer something he went away to cultivate in solitude, but it became the very quality of his presence in the middle of the crowd, a quietude that others began to feel and be drawn to without even knowing why. We can apply this same wisdom to our own busy lives, the commutes, the crowded stores, and the digital noise that often feels overwhelming, by seeing these environments as the perfect soil for our patience to grow. When you are standing in a long line and you see everyone around you becoming tense and irritable, you can choose to be the one person who is breathing deeply, offering a silent blessing of ease to those who are in a rush. This choice to stay soft in a hard environment is a magnificent way to generate merit, for you are creating a pocket of sanctuary in an ordinary place, and your calmness becomes a gift that lowers the emotional temperature for everyone. It is the merit of being an anchor, a steady point of reference for others who might be feeling lost in the currents of their own stress, reminding them that there is another way to exist in this moment. Think about the way you treat the living things that have no voice to ask for help, the small insects that find their way into your home, the stray animals on the street, or the plants that grow in the cracks of the sidewalk. To move through the world with a sense of harmlessness, where you go out of your way to avoid stepping on a tiny creature or where you provide a little water to a willful weed, is a profound and gentle way to accumulate merit. There is a story of a great sage who was once seen walking very slowly through a field, and when asked why, he said he was trying to give the ants enough time to move out of his way, as their lives were just as precious to them as his was to him. This level of sensitivity to the sacredness of all life creates a heart that is incredibly tender and wide, a heart that naturally attracts goodness because it has become a friend to the entire universe. In our digital interactions, we have a unique and powerful modern opportunity to create merit by being the ones who bring light and encouragement to the vast networks of human thought. When you see someone being criticized or when you see a sea of negativity on a screen, you can choose to leave a comment that is purely kind, a word of genuine appreciation for someone's effort, or a simple expression of hope. This digital merit is like a small light being switched on in a dark room, and because of the way we are all connected, your single act of online kindness can reach thousands of people, providing a much-needed contrast to the often harsh atmosphere of the internet. By using your time and your keyboard as tools for upliftment rather than for judgment, you are weaving a new kind of thread into the collective consciousness, a thread of gold that strengthens the heart of humanity. Consider the merit found in the simple act of finishing what you start, the integrity of following through on your commitments even when the initial excitement has faded and the work has become difficult. To be a person who honors their word and who sees their tasks to completion is a form of reliability that builds trust and stability in your community and within your own mind. When you finish a difficult project at work or when you keep a small promise to a child, you are strengthening the muscles of your character and creating a sense of order and reliability in a world that often feels chaotic. This quiet persistence is a way of saying that you value the time and energy of others, and it builds a foundation of merit that makes you a pillar of strength for everyone who relies on you. There was once a village elder who was known for having the most beautiful and fruitful orchard in the land, yet he never put a fence around his trees and he never complained when travelers stopped to eat his fruit. When asked why he didn't protect his property, he said that he didn't own the sun that ripened the fruit or the rain that watered the roots, so why should he claim to own the fruit itself? He was simply the caretaker of the tree's generosity. This spirit of non-ownership and stewardship is a very high form of merit, as it dissolves the ego's need to control and possess, replacing it with a sense of participation in the natural abundance of the world. By seeing ourselves as caretakers rather than owners of our wealth, our talents, and even our time, we find a great freedom in sharing everything we have, and we find that the more we give away, the more the world seems to offer us in return. Sometimes, the most hidden merit is created in the way we handle the success of those we find difficult to like, the people who have perhaps been unkind to us or who represent ideas we disagree with. To see them succeed and to genuinely wish that their success brings them enough peace that they no longer feel the need to be unkind, is a powerful way to dissolve your own internal enemies. By replacing envy and resentment with a wish for their well-being, you are performing a spiritual surgery on your own heart, removing the roots of bitterness and replacing them with the seeds of universal compassion. This practice of inclusive joy ensures that your happiness is not limited by your preferences, but is as vast as the happiness of the entire world, turning every victory you witness into a source of your own merit. Think of the way a master musician tunes their instrument before a performance, making sure that every string is in perfect harmony so that the music can flow through it without any distortion. Our daily practices of mindfulness and reflection are the way we tune the instrument of our mind, ensuring that our thoughts and our intentions are aligned with the frequency of compassion and merit. When we take a few minutes in the morning to sit in silence, or when we pause before a meal to acknowledge the effort that brought the food to our table, we are tuning ourselves to be a source of harmony in the world. This internal alignment is the foundation of all our external actions, and it ensures that even our most casual words and gestures carry a sense of grace and integrity that others can feel and be inspired by. There is a story from the time of the masters about a group of students who were competing to see who could perform the most impressive act of charity, one giving vast amounts of gold and another building a large hospital. They went to their teacher to ask who had the most merit, and the teacher pointed to a student who was sitting quietly in the corner, mending the torn cloak of a fellow student who was too embarrassed to ask for help. The teacher explained that while the large gifts were noble, the quiet act of mending was done with a heart that was completely free of the desire for recognition, and it addressed a specific, immediate need with a sense of pure equality. This teaches us that the merit of our actions is found in the lack of ego behind them, and that the smallest, most unnoticed acts of care can often be the most profound in the eyes of the universe. In our daily family life, we have endless opportunities to create merit by being the ones who perform the invisible tasks, the cleaning, the organizing, and the quiet support that makes a household run smoothly without ever asking for a thank you. When you do the dishes for a tired partner or when you quietly tidy up a room that someone else left messy, you are building a reservoir of love and stability that nourishes the entire family. These small sacrifices of our time and our comfort for the sake of others are the building blocks of a truly harmonious home, and the merit of this selfless service is reflected in the peace and the happiness of the people you love. By making your home a sanctuary of quiet support, you are creating a field of merit that protects and uplifts everyone who enters, making your daily life a continuous prayer of care. Consider the merit of being a person who can admit when they are wrong, the humility it takes to apologize sincerely and to look for ways to make amends without making excuses. To value the truth and the relationship more than your own need to be right is a sign of a very mature and noble spirit, and it creates a culture of honesty and vulnerability that is deeply healing. When you apologize, you are clearing the air and allowing for a fresh start, which is a great gift for yourself and for the person you have wronged, preventing the buildup of resentment and misunderstanding. This practice of righting the ship as soon as you notice you have veered off course ensures that your journey remains aligned with the truth and that your merit is rooted in a deep and honest integrity. There was once a gardener who worked for a very wealthy family, and he spent his days not only tending to the flowers but also removing the sharp stones from the paths where the children played, even though it wasn't part of his job. One day, the owner of the house saw him doing this and asked why he spent so much time on the stones, and the gardener simply replied that he wanted the children's journey through the garden to be as smooth and as joyful as possible. This extra layer of care, the work that goes beyond the requirements of our role, is where the most beautiful merit is often found, in the small, voluntary actions that make the world a little safer and a little more pleasant for others. By looking for ways to remove the stones in the paths of those around you, whether through a helpful hint, a supportive gesture, or a quiet intervention, you are acting as a guardian of the world's happiness. Think of the way you handle the things you no longer need, the clothes you have outgrown, the books you have finished, and the objects that no longer serve a purpose in your life. To pass these things on with a sense of respect and a wish that they bring joy to someone else, rather than letting them collect dust or throwing them away carelessly, is a way to honor the energy that went into making them. By being a conscious circulator of resources, ensuring that what is extra for you becomes a blessing for someone else, you are participating in a global cycle of generosity that reduces waste and increases well-being. This mindful letting go is an act of merit that lightens your own spirit and provides a tangible form of support for those who are in need, creating a world where nothing is wasted and everyone has enough. There is a story of a traveler who was walking through a parched and dusty land and found a small, old well that had been abandoned and filled with sand by the desert winds. Instead of just passing by, he spent several days clearing the sand and digging until the water began to seep through again, leaving a clear and accessible source of life for any future wanderer who might find themselves in the same predicament. He didn't stay to see who would drink the water, and he didn't leave his name. He simply finished the work and continued his journey with a quiet sense of satisfaction. This act of preparing for the unknown traveler is a profound metaphor for the merit of long-term thinking, where we perform actions today that will benefit people we will never meet and who will never know our names. We can apply this in our own lives by planting trees, by supporting environmental causes, and by building systems and traditions that will sustain the world long after we are gone. This selfless commitment to the future is a way of acknowledging our debt to the generations who came before us and who did the same for our benefit, and it ensures that the cycle of merit remains unbroken. When you contribute to a scholarship fund, or when you participate in a community project, you are digging a well in the desert of the future, providing a source of refreshment and hope for souls who are not yet born. This expanded vision of merit, which looks beyond our own immediate circle and our own lifetime, is what allows us to truly participate in the magnificent and enduring story of the universe. In the quiet of a rainy afternoon, when the world seems to slow down and pull inward, there is a special merit in the way we hold space for our own introspection and our own spiritual growth. To spend time in silence, looking at the patterns of our mind with a sense of curiosity and compassion, is to perform a profound act of internal cleaning that allows our true nature to shine through more clearly. This work of knowing oneself is not a selfish act, but is the most important thing we can do for the world, as a person who is at peace with themselves is a source of peace for everyone else. By taking the time to heal our own wounds and to clarify our own intentions, we are ensuring that the energy we project out into the world is pure and helpful, rather than being clouded by our own unresolved issues. Think of the way you interact with those who are much younger than you, the children and the youth who are looking for cues on how to be in the world and how to handle the challenges of life. To be a person of consistent kindness, one who listens to them with respect and who models a life of integrity and joy, is one of the most powerful forms of merit you can generate. You are acting as a living example of what is possible, showing them that it is possible to be both strong and gentle, both successful and humble, and both wise and playful. This mentorship through example is a silent but incredibly effective way to shape the future, as the children who feel seen and respected by you will carry that sense of worth into their own lives and will pass it on to others. There was a story about a woman who lived in a village where there was a lot of gossip and harsh speech, and she decided that she would never speak a word about anyone that wasn't either true, kind, or necessary. At first, she found herself staying silent quite often, as much of the conversation around her didn't meet those criteria, but slowly, people began to notice the quality of her silence and the sweetness of her few words. Her presence became a cooling influence on the entire village, as people found that they couldn't gossip when they were around her, and they began to reflect on their own speech because of her example. This merit of noble silence and right speech is a powerful tool for transformation, as it creates a vacuum where negativity cannot survive and where the truth can finally be heard. In your own social circles, you can be that cooling influence by refusing to participate in the tearing down of others and by always looking for the good in every situation and every person. By being the one who changes the subject to something positive, or who offers a different and more compassionate perspective, you are creating a field of merit that protects the reputation and the dignity of everyone. This takes a certain amount of social courage, as it is often easier to just go along with the crowd, but the rewards are immense, as you are building a life of integrity and a reputation as a person who can be trusted with the hearts of others. Every time you choose to speak a word of defense for someone who is not there, you are performing a high act of merit that strengthens the bonds of trust and respect in your community. Consider the merit of being a good guest in the lives of others, showing respect for their space, their time, and their boundaries, and always looking for ways to leave their world a little better than you found it. Whether you are staying in someone's home, or just visiting their office, or participating in a group activity, try to move with a sense of lightness and appreciation that makes people glad you were there. By being easy to please, by being quick to help, and by being sincere in your gratitude, you are creating a flow of positive energy that nourishes your relationships and makes you a welcome presence wherever you go. This merit of harmonious participation ensures that your interactions are always a source of joy and that you are building a network of friendship and goodwill that will support you and others for years to come. There is a story of a king who was once disguised as a commoner and was walking through his kingdom to see how his people lived, and he stopped at a humble hut to ask for a drink of water. The family who lived there gave him their best cup and shared their simple meal with him with such warmth and genuine hospitality that the king felt more honored than he ever had in his palace. When he later revealed his identity and tried to reward them, they simply said that the joy of having a guest to serve was reward enough for them, as it allowed them to practice the virtue of generosity. This reminds us that the opportunity to be kind is itself a great gift, and that we should be grateful to those who allow us to serve them, for they are the ones who make our merit possible. By looking at every person you help as a benefactor who is helping you to grow in compassion, you are dissolving the hierarchy between the giver and the receiver and moving toward a place of pure equality and respect. This shift in perspective turns every act of service into a moment of gratitude and ensures that your merit is not tainted by a sense of superiority or pride. You are not doing someone a favor, you are participating in a beautiful and sacred exchange that enriches both of you and makes the world a more loving and connected place. Every time you say, "Thank you," to the person you are helping, you are acknowledging this truth and are creating a high form of merit that is rooted in humility and wisdom. Think of the way you handle the equipment and the tools you use for your work, the cars, the computers, and the machines that make your life easier and more productive. To treat these objects with care and respect, keeping them clean and in good repair, is a way to honor the resources of the earth and the human effort that went into creating them. This mindfulness of materials is an act of merit that prevents waste and ensures that these tools can continue to serve you and others for a long time. When you drive your car with awareness, or when you use your computer with a sense of appreciation, you are bringing a quality of presence to your interactions with the material world that is deeply grounding and respectful, making your daily life a reflection of your commitment to non-harm and stewardship. There was once a wise teacher who said that the most important merit we can create is the merit of not causing fear in others, by being a person who is so steady, so kind, and so reliable that everyone feels safe in our presence. This means we are careful with our anger, we are honest in our intentions, and we are consistent in our values, so that people don't have to guess how we will react or what we are really thinking. To be a person of fearlessness for others is a magnificent service, especially in a world that often feels threatening and unpredictable, as it provides a stable ground where others can relax and be themselves. By cultivating this quality of safety, you are becoming a sanctuary for the world, a place where the weary can find rest and the anxious can find peace, and the merit of this sanctuary is as deep as the ocean. As we go through our day, let us try to be more like the mountain, which stays steady and majestic regardless of whether it is covered in snow or baked in the sun, providing a home for countless creatures and a source of inspiration for everyone who looks at it. The mountain doesn't ask for anything in return for its strength, it simply exists in its fullness and its stability, offering its presence as a gift to the universe. When we are rooted in our own integrity and our own compassion, we become like that mountain, a source of stability and hope for the world, and our merit is the very quality of our being. Keep moving forward with a heart that is steady and a spirit that is free, knowing that every step you take with awareness is a contribution to the overall peace and beauty of the world. Think of the way you can bring a sense of celebration to even the most ordinary moments of your life, by noticing the small miracles that are happening all around you every day. The way the light changes as the sun moves across the sky, the sound of the wind in the trees, and the simple mystery of being alive, are all things that can fill our hearts with a sense of wonder and gratitude. When we live with this level of appreciation, our merit becomes a spontaneous outflow of our joy, and we find that we are naturally more kind and more generous because we feel so much abundance within ourselves. A heart that is full of wonder is a heart that is naturally inclined toward merit, as it sees the beauty and the sacredness in everyone and everything, and wants to contribute to that beauty in any way it can. I remember a story about a man who spent his whole life collecting the seeds of rare and beautiful flowers and then giving them away to anyone who had a small patch of ground to plant them in. He believed that by spreading these seeds, he was making the world a more vibrant and magical place, and he always included a small note with instructions on how to care for the plants and a wish for their growth. Many years after he was gone, the whole country was filled with these beautiful flowers, a living legacy of his quiet and steady dedication to a simple act of beauty. We are all sowers of seeds in our own lives, and the quality of the world we leave behind depends on the seeds of kindness, wisdom, and beauty we choose to plant and to share with others today. As the sun sets once more and the stars begin to appear in the vast canopy of the night sky, take a moment to reflect on the fact that you are a vital and beautiful part of this great mystery, and that your efforts to be a good person are making a difference. Every act of merit, no matter how small or hidden, is a drop of light that you are adding to the world, and you should feel a deep and lasting sense of satisfaction in that. There is no need to rush and no need to compare your journey with anyone else's, for your path is uniquely yours and it is unfolding exactly as it should. Trust in the power of your own goodness, and know that you are part of a collective wave of love and peace that is transforming the heart of humanity and leading us all home to the light. The night is a time for integration and for rest, a chance for the seeds of merit you have planted today to take root in the fertile soil of your soul and to begin their slow and steady growth toward the sun. Let your sleep be a state of deep and restful sanctuary, where your mind and body can be nourished by the stillness and the quiet of the universe, preparing you for the new opportunities that tomorrow will bring. When you wake up, let your first thought be one of gratitude for the gift of a new day, and your first action be one of kindness toward yourself and others, continuing the beautiful and endless dance of merit in every moment of your life. You are a source of light for the world, and your journey of compassion and wisdom is a sacred and beautiful contribution to the unfolding of the magnificent story of life. In the soft unfolding of a new dawn, as the first light touches the dew upon the grass, we might consider that merit is also found in the quiet courage of being the first to let go of a long-held defense, the willingness to be the one who offers a hand of peace before any apology has been spoken. It is so easy to wait for others to change, to stand behind the walls of our own rightness and wait for the world to recognize our worth, but there is a rare and luminous merit in being the one who initiates the softening. When you choose to speak a kind word to someone who has been cold, or when you decide to let a small slight go unnoticed for the sake of group harmony, you are practicing a form of spiritual leadership that requires no title and no platform. This internal shifting, where we trade our pride for a deeper sense of connection, creates a bridge over which others can eventually walk, and it transforms the very air of our daily interactions into something breathable and sweet. There is a beautiful story from an old monastery about a young student who was tasked with carrying a heavy bucket of water up a steep hill every single day, and for many months, he complained about the weight and the repetitive nature of the chore. One day, his teacher asked him to look back at the path he had been walking, and to his astonishment, he saw that the side of the trail where he had accidentally spilled a few drops of water each day was now lined with vibrant, wild lilies that brought beauty to everyone who climbed the hill. The teacher explained that even our unintended actions, when performed with a baseline of service, can create a garden of merit that we might not see until much later. This reminds us that when we go about our daily duties with a heart of devotion, even our small leakages of energy, our tired sighs, and our quiet efforts, are nourishing something hidden that will one day bloom for the benefit of others. In the way we navigate our professional lives, there is a profound merit in being the one who celebrates the hidden contributions of others, the person who points out the hard work of a colleague that might otherwise go unnoticed by the leaders. To be a voice for the quiet ones, to ensure that credit is shared fairly, and to find genuine joy in the advancement of your peers is a magnificent way to dissolve the poison of competitive envy. By making it your mission to lift others up, you are creating a culture of abundance where success is not a limited resource but a shared celebration, and your own path becomes clearer because you are no longer burdened by the weight of having to be the only one at the top. This selfless support is a high form of merit that builds a foundation of trust and respect, making your workplace not just a site of production, but a sanctuary of mutual appreciation. Think about the merit created when we choose to be patient with the elderly, those whose steps have slowed and whose stories might repeat like a well-worn song, for in our hurry, we often miss the treasure of their presence. To sit and listen with a mind that is not looking at the clock, to offer a steady arm without a sense of burden, and to honor the long journey they have traveled is a way of paying forward the kindness we will one day hope to receive. This respect for the elders of our society is a vital thread that keeps our communities connected to their roots, and the merit of this patience is a deep, quiet pool of wisdom that nourishes your own soul. When you treat an older person with the dignity they deserve, you are acknowledging the sacredness of life at every stage, and you are building a legacy of compassion that will guide your own aging with grace and light. There was once a quiet man who lived in a busy harbor town and made it his practice to always straighten the tangled fishing nets left on the docks, even though he was not a fisherman and gained nothing from the work. He found a meditative peace in the simple act of undoing knots and ensuring that the tools of another person's livelihood were ready for the next day's labor. He never waited for the boats to return to be thanked, for the joy was in the smoothness of the rope and the thought of a stranger finding their work a little easier in the early morning mist. This merit of preparing the way is something we can all do, whether it is by leaving a clean workspace for the next shift, or by organizing a digital folder so a teammate can find what they need, or by simply being the one who refills the shared kettle. In the moments when we are tempted to judge a stranger for their appearance or their choices, there is a secret merit in choosing to look instead for the one thing you might have in common with them, perhaps the way they hold their coffee cup or the tired look in their eyes. By choosing a thought of kinship over a thought of separation, you are performing an internal act of peacemaking that prevents the hardening of your own heart. This practice of finding the family in every face you see is a powerful antidote to the loneliness of the modern world, as it transforms every crowded street into a gathering of friends. Your merit is the warmth that you carry within you, a warmth that people can feel even if you never exchange a single word, making the world feel just a little bit safer for everyone who passes through your field of awareness. Consider the merit found in the way we treat our own bodies, not as a project to be perfected, but as a temple to be cared for with a sense of gratitude for the way it allows us to experience the world. To eat with mindfulness, to rest when we are weary, and to move with a sense of joy is a way of honoring the life force that has been entrusted to us, and it provides us with the energy we need to be of service to others. When we are kind to ourselves, our kindness to others becomes more authentic and less of a performance, for it flows from a well that is not dry or neglected. This self-care is not a selfish act but a necessary preparation for a life of merit, as a healthy and balanced instrument can play a much more beautiful and enduring song for the benefit of all beings. There was a story about a traveler who was caught in a sudden downpour and found shelter under a large, ancient tree, and while waiting for the rain to stop, he noticed hundreds of tiny insects also seeking refuge under the broad leaves. Instead of brushing them away or feeling annoyed by their presence, he felt a sudden sense of protective love for these small lives, and he stayed very still so as not to disturb their fragile sanctuary. In that moment of shared stillness, the traveler realized that he was not just a person hiding from the rain, but was a part of a vast, interconnected community of life, all seeking safety and warmth. This merit of shared sanctuary, where we recognize our common vulnerability with all living things, is a profound shift in consciousness that makes every act of non-harm a sacred offering. We can find merit in the way we handle our digital devices, using them as windows of connection rather than as mirrors of vanity or tools of distraction. To send a thoughtful message to someone you haven't spoken to in years, to share a piece of information that truly helps someone solve a problem, or to simply put the phone away when you are in the presence of a loved one is a way to create merit in the modern age. By being intentional with our attention, we are reclaiming our most precious resource and using it to weave a web of meaning and care in a world that often feels fragmented and shallow. Every time you choose to be present with the person sitting across from you instead of scrolling through a distant world, you are performing an act of merit that strengthens the bonds of love and respect. Imagine the merit of being a person who can hold a secret with total integrity, someone whose heart is a safe vault for the vulnerabilities and the confidences of others. In a world that often prizes the quick spread of information, being a person of golden silence is a rare and precious gift that builds a foundation of trust that can last a lifetime. When someone trusts you with their story, they are offering you a piece of their soul, and by guarding that story with care, you are protecting their dignity and their peace. This merit of reliability makes you a steady harbor in the lives of your friends and family, a place where they can be their truest selves without fear of judgment or exposure, and the peace of this sanctuary is a blessing that radiates far beyond the quiet words shared in confidence. There was once a woman who lived in a dry, mountainous region and spent her evenings collecting the morning dew in small clay jars, which she would then carry down to a cluster of thirsty saplings at the edge of the woods. She knew she would never live to see those trees grow to full height or offer shade, yet she found a deep and lasting joy in the thought of a future traveler finding rest beneath their branches. This merit of unseen legacy is a powerful reminder that our most meaningful actions are often those whose fruits we will never taste, and which require a heart that is free from the desire for immediate results. When you plant a seed of wisdom in a child's mind, or when you support a cause that will take decades to reach its goal, you are practicing this high form of merit, trusting in the slow and beautiful unfolding of the universe. In our daily interactions with those who serve us, the cleaners, the delivery drivers, the technicians, and the clerks, there is a profound merit in seeing them not for the function they perform, but for the human being they are. To ask about their day with genuine interest, to offer a word of sincere thanks that acknowledges the specific effort they made, and to look them in the eye with a sense of equality is a way to bridge the gaps created by social structures. This merit of recognition helps to heal the invisible wounds of being overlooked, and it creates a ripple of dignity that can transform someone's entire day. By being the one who notices the person behind the uniform, you are acting as a witness to the sacredness of every life, and your kindness becomes a source of hope and strength for those who often feel invisible. Think of the way a small candle can light 1,000 other candles without losing any of its own flame, and try to be that first light in every situation, the one who brings a sense of optimism and possibility when others are feeling discouraged. To offer a positive perspective when a project is failing, or to remind a friend of their own strength when they are feeling weak, is a magnificent way to use your energy to create merit. Your optimism is not a denial of reality, but is a choice to focus on the potential for growth and the power of resilience, and it provides a spark of hope that can ignite the courage of an entire group. This merit of encouraging light is a vital service to the world, as it helps to dispel the shadows of despair and keeps the fire of human spirit burning bright in even the most difficult times. There was a story about a humble stonecutter who spent his whole life carving steps into the side of a steep and dangerous mountain path, working slowly and meticulously so that the villagers could reach the high pasture safely. He never signed his work and he never asked for payment. He simply found fulfillment in the sound of his chisel and the thought of the elderly and the young walking with a steady foot. Many years after he was gone, the steps remained, a permanent gift of safety and ease for thousands of people who never knew his name but who were blessed by his quiet dedication. This is the power of a life lived with a sense of long-term care, where our daily efforts are transformed into a lasting source of merit through our commitment to the well-being of the community. We can create this same kind of merit in our own lives by the way we build our habits and the way we contribute to the traditions and the values of our families and organizations. By being a person of consistent integrity, someone whose actions always align with their words, you are carving steps of trust that others can follow with confidence. This reliability is a profound form of merit, as it creates a sense of security and order that allows everyone to flourish, and it builds a character that is as solid and as enduring as the mountain itself. Every time you choose the honest path over the easy one, or when you stand up for what is right even when it is unpopular, you are adding to the strength and the beauty of the steps you are leaving behind for others. Consider the merit found in the way we handle our anger, not by suppressing it in a way that creates internal pressure, but by observing it with a sense of curiosity and letting it dissolve into a deeper understanding of our own needs and the needs of others. To be a person who does not pass the poison of a bad mood or a sharp remark onto the next person is a high act of spiritual maturity that requires a great deal of mindfulness. When you are feeling frustrated, taking a moment to breathe and to recognize that the person in front of you is not the cause of your pain is a way to protect them and to protect your own integrity. This mirror of restraint is a powerful contribution to the peace of the world, as it stops the chain reaction of negativity and replaces it with a cool and steady presence that invites healing and resolution. There was once a wise woman who lived by a busy crossroads and made it her practice to always keep a small bowl of wildflower seeds by her door, which she would offer to every traveler who stopped to ask for directions. She would tell them to scatter the seeds along the path as they walked, so that the road would be more beautiful for the next person who came that way, turning a dusty journey into a path of flowers. This simple and poetic act of merit is a reminder that we can all find ways to add a touch of beauty and hope to the world in our daily routines. Whether it is by sharing a beautiful thought, or by leaving a small gift of kindness, or by simply being a source of joy for those we meet, we are all capable of making the path a little brighter for the next traveler. Think about the way you listen to the sounds of the world, the birds in the morning, the wind in the trees, and even the hum of the city, and see if you can listen with a heart that is full of gratitude and wonder. There is a subtle merit in the way we appreciate the beauty of the universe, as our appreciation is a form of respect and an acknowledgement of the gift of existence. When we live with a sense of reverent listening, we become more attuned to the rhythms of life and more capable of responding with a heart that is in harmony with the natural world. This internal alignment is the foundation of all genuine merit, as it ensures that our actions are not forced or artificial, but are a spontaneous expression of our deep connection to the source of all life. Imagine the impact of deciding to live with a total lack of hidden agendas, where your kindness is not a transaction and your generosity is not a way to gain influence or approval. This purity of intention is a high form of merit that creates a sense of freedom and lightness in all your interactions, as you are no longer burdened by the need to control the outcome. When you give simply because it is the right thing to do, or when you help simply because someone is in need, your action carries a weight of sincerity that people can feel and trust. This merit of the transparent heart is a source of great power, as it allows you to move through the world with a sense of fearlessness and integrity, knowing that your actions are a true reflection of your deepest values. There was a story about a traveler who was walking through a beautiful valley and saw a single, tiny stream that was trying to find its way through a field of boulders, and instead of just passing by, he spent his afternoon moving the smaller stones so the water could flow more freely. He didn't do it to change the course of the river or to make a grand statement, he simply did it because he loved the sound of the water and he wanted to help it find its way home to the sea. This simple act of clearing the path for the natural flow of life is a perfect metaphor for the way we can create merit in our own lives, by removing the obstacles of our own ego and our own judgments so that the light of compassion can flow through us more clearly. Every time we let go of a prejudice, or when we forgive an old grievance, we are moving a boulder and allowing the stream of our true nature to reach the world with more strength and more beauty. As the day begins to reach its peak and the world is full of activity and light, take a moment to breathe deeply and to feel the presence of the merit you have already created today, the small gestures, the quiet thoughts, and the steady intentions. You are a vital and beautiful part of the great tapestry of life, and your journey of compassion and wisdom is a sacred and beautiful contribution to the unfolding of the magnificent story of the universe. There is no need to be perfect, and no need to rush, for the path of merit is not a destination but a way of walking with a heart that is increasingly open and a mind that is increasingly clear. Keep your eyes on the light and keep your hands ready to help, knowing that every action you take with awareness is a victory for the human spirit and a source of hope for the world. The afternoon sun is a reminder of the infinite energy and the warmth that is available to us when we align ourselves with the highest truths and the deepest compassion. Let your life be a reflection of that warmth, a bright and steady source of comfort and light for everyone who crosses your path, making the world a more vibrant and hopeful place for all. You are never alone in this journey, for the echoes of your kindness are always there to support you, and the gratitude of the world is a silent and steady companion that guides you toward a future that is bright and full of promise. Sleep well when the night comes, and wake up with a sense of wonder and a commitment to the new opportunities for merit that every day brings, for your journey is a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit to rise above its limitations and to shine with a light that is truly divine. Think of the way you can bring a sense of graceful acceptance to the things you cannot change, the delays, the losses, and the challenges that are a natural part of the human experience. To face these moments with a heart that is not filled with resistance or bitterness is a high form of merit that creates a sense of peace and stability for yourself and for those around you. Your acceptance is not a form of defeat, but is a choice to focus your energy on what you can influence, such as your own attitude and your own response. This merit of the steady heart is a source of great inspiration for others, as it shows that it is possible to remain at peace even in the middle of a storm, and it provides a model of resilience and wisdom that can guide us all through our own difficult seasons. I once knew a man who spent his whole life collecting the most beautiful and interesting stories from every person he met, and then he would share these stories with children in hospitals and schools, bringing a sense of wonder and connection to those who felt isolated or afraid. He believed that stories were a form of medicine for the soul, and that by sharing the experiences of others, he was helping to create a world that was more empathetic and more imaginative. His life was a testament to the merit of the storyteller of the heart, someone who uses their voice to weave a web of meaning and hope in a world that often feels cold and silent. We all have stories to share, and we can all find ways to use our experiences to bring a touch of magic and a sense of belonging to the lives of others, making our journey a beautiful and enduring gift for the world. As we move toward the quiet of the evening, let us carry with us a sense of lightness and a spirit of gratitude for all the beauty and the merit we have witnessed and created today. There is a deep and lasting peace that comes from knowing that we have tried our best to be a good person, and that our lives are making a positive difference in the world, even in the smallest of ways. Trust in the power of your own journey, and know that every step you take with awareness and kindness is a treasure that will stay with you forever, guiding you and everyone you meet toward a future that is bright and full of promise. Sleep well, Dear friends, and know that you are part of a beautiful and endless story of love and light that is always unfolding in the heart of the universe, making the world a more compassionate and hopeful place for everyone. There was a story about a traveler who was walking through a beautiful meadow and saw a single, tiny bird that was trying to build a nest in the middle of a field of tall grass, seemingly undeterred by the wind or the complexity of the task. He sat down and watched the bird for a long time, feeling a sense of pure wonder at its persistent effort and its clear sense of purpose. He realized that the bird didn't need a grand plan or a perfect environment to create a home, it simply had to keep moving, one piece of straw at a time, with a heart that was focused on the work at hand. This is a perfect metaphor for the way we can create merit in our own lives, by focusing on the small and immediate actions that are right in front of us, and by doing them with a sense of dedication and a heart that is full of love. You don't need a grand stage to be a source of goodness, for the merit you create in the quiet corners of your life is often the most powerful and the most enduring of all. Let your own persistence and your own simple dedication be a source of hope for others, a reminder that it is possible to build a life of meaning and beauty one piece at a time, and that the human spirit is capable of thriving in even the most ordinary of circumstances. Your life is a beautiful and unique expression of the same creative force that brought the bird to build its nest, and by living with integrity and kindness, you are contributing to the overall balance and beauty of the world. Every moment of your life is a chance to be that bird, a source of light and inspiration for everyone who is lucky enough to cross your path, making the world a more magical and hopeful place for everyone. I remember a woman who spent her whole life tending to a small, hidden orchard that produced the sweetest and most delicious fruit in the entire region, and she would always leave baskets of her harvest on the doorsteps of those who were struggling, never leaving a note or asking for anything in return. She found a deep and lasting joy in the thought of a family having a healthy and sweet meal because of her labor, and her orchard became a symbol of the quiet and steady power of selfless generosity. Her life was a living example of the merit of the hidden harvest, someone who works behind the scenes to bring a touch of sweetness and hope to the world, and whose goodness is reflected in the smiles and the health of the community. We all have our own orchards to tend, and we can all find ways to share our harvest with those who need it most, making our journey a beautiful and enduring testament to the power of a kind and generous heart. Think of the things you can share from your own harvest, whether it is your talent, your time, your wisdom, or your resources, and find ways to give them away to those who are most in need. The merit of sharing is one of the most powerful and the most satisfying of all, as it reminds us of our deep connection to others and of the abundance of our own lives. When we give from a place of love and a desire to be helpful, we find that our own store of goodness is constantly being replenished, and that the peace we give away is the peace we receive back in even greater measure. Let your life be a source of sharing, a bright and steady light that shows the world that we have enough and that we are happy to contribute to the happiness of others, making the world a more compassionate and hopeful place for everyone. As the sun begins to set once more and the stars appear in the vast canopy of the night sky, take a moment to reflect on the fact that you are a vital and beautiful part of this great mystery, and that your efforts to be a good person are making a difference. Every act of merit, no matter how small or hidden, is a drop of light that you are adding to the world, and you should feel a deep and lasting sense of satisfaction in that. There is no need to rush and no need to compare your journey with anyone else's, for your path is uniquely yours and it is unfolding exactly as it should. Trust in the power of your own goodness, and know that you are part of a collective wave of love and peace that is transforming the heart of humanity and leading us all home to the light of the universe. In the deepening twilight of our shared contemplation, we might find a unique and quiet merit in the way we handle the things that remain unfinished, the dreams that have not yet manifested, and the patience we show toward the slow ripening of our own souls. We often live in a culture that demands the harvest before the seeds have even settled in the earth, yet there is a profound spiritual dignity in being the person who can sit with the "not yet," without losing heart or becoming bitter. When you continue to be kind even when you haven't seen the results of your kindness, or when you maintain your integrity in a situation that feels stagnant, you are building a form of merit that is as steady as the deep roots of an oak tree. This ability to trust in the invisible growth happening beneath the surface is a gift of peace to yourself and a source of silent strength for those who are also waiting for their own spring to arrive. There is a gentle story of an old gardener who was once seen planting fruit trees in a remote corner of a public park, trees that would take many decades to bear their first fruit, long after he would be gone. When a young passerby asked why he spent his limited energy on something he would never enjoy, the old man smiled and said that he had spent his whole life eating fruit from trees he did not plant, and this was simply his way of saying thank you to the strangers of the past. This merit of intergenerational gratitude is a beautiful way to live, recognizing that we are all breathing the air and enjoying the shade provided by those who lived with a vision that extended far beyond their own lifespans. By doing something today that will only be fully appreciated by someone 50 years from now, you are participating in a selfless and timeless form of love that dissolves the boundaries of the individual ego. Think about the merit created in the way we use our attention in a world that is constantly trying to steal it, the simple but revolutionary act of giving your full presence to the person who is speaking to you right now. To listen with your eyes, your heart, and your stillness, without checking your phone or thinking about what you will say next, is a form of generosity that is becoming increasingly rare and precious. When you give someone your undivided attention, you are telling them that their existence matters and that their story is worthy of being heard, which can be a life-changing experience for someone who feels overlooked. This merit of sacred listening creates a sanctuary where people can feel safe to be vulnerable, and the healing that occurs in that space is a blessing that flows back into your own heart, making you a person of depth and true connection. There was once a quiet woman who worked in a library and made it her secret mission to leave small, beautiful bookmarks inside the pages of books that dealt with grief or loneliness, each one carrying a simple, handwritten message of hope. She never knew who found them, but she imagined a stranger sitting in a quiet room, opening a book at their lowest moment and finding a small token of human warmth that reminded them they were not alone. This merit of anonymous companionship is a way of reaching across the distances of our separate lives to offer a hand of support, proving that we can be a source of comfort for people we will never meet. By looking for these small, hidden ways to leave a trail of light in the world, you are turning your daily routine into a series of quiet miracles that weave a web of kindness around the entire community. Consider the merit of being a person who can hold a space of non-judgment for yourself when you feel you have failed, the grace of starting over with a heart that is not heavy with shame. We often think that being hard on ourselves is a way to stay disciplined, but true merit is found in the softness that allows for growth, the understanding that every mistake is simply a part of the learning process. When you treat your own stumbles with a sense of humor and a commitment to try again, you are creating an internal environment where wisdom can actually take root, rather than being choked by the weeds of self-criticism. This self-compassion is a light that shines out to others, giving them permission to be imperfect and to keep moving forward with a sense of hope and dignity. In the way we navigate our neighborhoods and our local communities, there is a profound merit in being the watcher of the gates, the person who notices when a neighbor's house has been too quiet or when a local park needs a little extra care. To act on these observations with a spirit of quiet service, perhaps by checking in with a simple greeting or by picking up a few fallen branches, is a way of weaving the fabric of a truly caring society. This merit of active noticing ensures that no one falls through the cracks and that the environment we share remains a place of beauty and safety for everyone. By taking responsibility for the well-being of the whole, you are moving from a life of isolation to a life of profound belonging, and your actions become a steady heartbeat of care in the world. There is a story of a young artist who lived in a gray, industrial city and decided that he would spend every Sunday morning painting small, colorful birds on the sides of abandoned buildings where people waited for the bus. He didn't ask for permission and he didn't sign his name. He just wanted to give the commuters something beautiful to look at while they faced another long day of work. Over time, the people began to look for the new birds, and a sense of collective joy and mystery began to grow in the neighborhood, as if the birds were messengers of a secret hope. This merit of unsolicited beauty is a reminder that we all have the power to change the atmosphere of our world through the creative use of our talents and our time, making the mundane feel just a little bit more magical. Think of the way you handle the middle moments of your day, the times when you are waiting for a kettle to boil, or sitting in traffic, or walking from one room to another. Instead of filling these gaps with noise or distraction, try to use them as moments of micromerit, where you take a single deep breath and send a thought of peace to someone you know is struggling. This habit of turning the empty spaces of your life into small prayers of kindness is a way of ensuring that your heart remains in a state of constant resonance with the goodness of the universe. These tiny sparks of intention, when scattered throughout your day, create a glowing trail of light that keeps you grounded and connected to your highest purpose, no matter how busy or chaotic your external life might be. Imagine the merit of being a person who can celebrate the small wins of others, especially when those wins seem insignificant to the rest of the world, like a child learning to tie their shoes or a friend finally finishing a difficult book. To offer a sincere and enthusiastic, "well done," is to validate the effort and the courage it takes to grow, and it provides a much-needed boost of confidence for someone who might be doubting themselves. This merit of quiet cheering builds a culture of encouragement where people feel safe to try new things and to make progress at their own pace. By being the person who notices and honors the small steps, you are acting as a guardian of the human spirit's potential, making you a source of warmth and hope for everyone in your circle. There was a story about a traveler who was walking through a beautiful but neglected garden and found a small, clogged fountain that had stopped flowing because of the accumulated leaves and dust. He spent his afternoon cleaning the basin and clearing the pipes until the water began to dance in the sunlight once more, bringing the sound of life back to the entire garden. He realized that the fountain didn't need a new source of water, it just needed someone to remove the obstacles that were preventing its natural beauty from being seen. This is a perfect metaphor for the way we can create merit by being the ones who help others unclog their own joy, by offering a listening ear, a fresh perspective, or a simple act of encouragement that helps them reconnect with their own inner light. We can find merit in the way we handle our material abundance, choosing to live with a sense of sacred simplicity that allows us to have more to share with those who are in need. To be a person who is not possessed by their possessions, but who treats everything they own as a resource for the benefit of all, is to live with a heart that is truly free and spacious. When you choose to give away something you love because you know someone else needs it more, you are performing an act of merit that dissolves the roots of greed and creates a powerful flow of generosity in the world. This mindful circulation of wealth and objects ensures that your life remains light and that your spirit is not weighed down by the heavy chains of attachment, making you a channel for the universe's infinite supply of goodness. Think about the merit found in the way we treat the people who have different opinions or different ways of living than we do, the grace of looking for the common heart that beats beneath the surface of our disagreements. To offer respect to someone you don't agree with, and to listen to their perspective with a genuine desire to understand, is a high form of peacemaking that helps to bridge the divides in our world. By refusing to dehumanize or dismiss others because of their labels, you are creating a world that is more inclusive and more compassionate, a world where dialogue is possible and where the truth can be found together. This merit of radical hospitality toward ideas and people makes you a bridge builder, someone who helps to weave the fragmented pieces of our humanity back into a beautiful and resilient whole. There was a story of a wise woman who lived in a village where there was a lot of competition for status and wealth, and she made it her practice to always be the person who took the lowest seat at every gathering. She would help in the kitchen, clean up the spills, and make sure that everyone else was comfortable before she even thought of her own needs, doing it all with a sense of quiet and genuine joy. People were drawn to her because she had no ego to defend and no status to maintain, and her presence was like a cool breeze on a hot day, bringing a sense of ease and equality to everyone around her. This merit of humble service is a source of great power, as it allows you to move through the world with a sense of fearlessness and a total lack of pretension, making your life a beautiful and enduring gift for all. As you go about your day, try to be more like the river, which doesn't try to climb the mountains but simply follows the path of least resistance, flowing around the obstacles and always moving toward the great ocean of peace. The river provides water for the thirsty, a home for the fish, and a sense of beauty for the traveler, all while simply being itself and following its own natural rhythm. When we align our actions with the natural flow of our own compassion and our own wisdom, our merit becomes effortless and spontaneous, a constant and quiet stream of goodness that nourishes everything it touches. Keep your heart open and your mind clear, knowing that you are part of a grand and beautiful movement toward the light, and that your every breath is a contribution to the overall harmony of the universe. Consider the merit of being a person who can find the hidden lessons in the difficult and painful experiences of life, the wisdom it takes to turn a sorrow into a source of deeper empathy for others. To be a person who has walked through the fire and who has come out with a heart that is even more tender and more committed to kindness, is to be a true hero of the spirit. Your wounds, when healed with awareness and grace, become windows through which you can see the pain of the world more clearly, and your story becomes a source of hope for those who are currently in their own darkness. This merit of transformed suffering is one of the most powerful and the most beautiful forms of goodness, as it shows that it is possible to find light even in the deepest shadows and to use that light to guide others home. There was once a traveler who found a small, forgotten well in the middle of a busy city and decided to spend his lunch hour every day cleaning it and making sure the water was safe to drink. At first, people thought he was strange, but slowly, the well became a gathering place where people would stop to talk and to share a drink of cool water, rediscovering the sense of community that had been lost in the rush of urban life. The well didn't change the city, but it changed the way the people in that neighborhood interacted with each other, bringing a sense of slowness and care to their daily lives. This merit of restoring the commons is a reminder that we can all find ways to nourish the social and spiritual life of our communities through small, consistent acts of care and attention. Think of the way you can bring a sense of gentle encouragement to the people you work with, the simple but powerful act of believing in someone's potential even when they don't believe in themselves. To be the person who says, "I know you can do this," or who offers a supportive hand during a difficult project, is to be a source of strength that can help someone achieve things they never thought possible. This merit of empowering others is a way of sharing your own confidence and your own light, creating a ripple effect of success and fulfillment that benefits the entire group. By focusing on the growth and the well-being of those around you, you are creating a legacy of merit that is reflected in the achievements and the happiness of everyone you have touched. I remember a story about a man who lived in a small, remote cabin and made it his practice to always leave a small pile of dry wood and a box of matches by the door for any traveler who might be caught in the cold mountain nights. He didn't know who would use them and he never received any thanks, but he felt a sense of deep satisfaction in knowing that his simple preparation might save someone's life or provide them with a moment of much-needed warmth. This merit of silent protection is a high form of generosity, as it requires us to think about the needs of people we will never see and to act on their behalf with no expectation of return. It is the quiet and steady practice of being a guardian of the world's well-being, making the journey a little safer and a little warmer for everyone. As the sun begins to set once more and the shadows grow long, take a moment to reflect on the fact that you are a vital and beautiful part of this great and unfolding mystery, and that your efforts to be a good person are making a meaningful difference. Every act of merit, no matter how small or hidden, is a drop of light that you are adding to the collective heart of humanity, and you should feel a quiet and steady joy in that. There is no need to hurry and no need to compare your progress with anyone else, for your path is uniquely yours and it is unfolding exactly as it should in the perfect timing of the universe. Trust in the power of your own goodness, and know that you are part of a beautiful and endless dance of love and light that is leading us all home to the heart of peace. The night is coming, and it is a time for rest and for renewal, a chance for all the merit you have created today to settle into the very fabric of your being and to become a source of strength for tomorrow. Let your sleep be a state of deep and restful sanctuary, where you can reconnect with the infinite source of all peace and prepare yourself for the new opportunities that the morning will bring. When you wake up, let your first thought be one of gratitude for the gift of a new day, and your first action be one of kindness toward yourself and others, continuing the beautiful and sacred journey of creating merit in every moment of your life. You are a source of light for the world, and your journey of compassion and wisdom is a sacred and beautiful contribution to the unfolding of the magnificent story of life, making the world a more vibrant and hopeful place for everyone. In the soft stillness that follows a long day of movement, there is a delicate merit in the way we hold the silence of our own hearts, a quiet strength that comes from not needing to explain ourselves to the world. We often feel the urge to justify our kindness or to make sure our good deeds are visible to others, yet there is a profound spiritual ripening that occurs when we keep our virtues as a private conversation between ourselves and the universe. When you perform a gesture of care and let it sink into the earth like a fallen leaf, without looking back to see who noticed, you are cultivating a heart that is truly independent and free from the hunger for praise. This internal reserve of goodness becomes a steady anchor during times of criticism or misunderstanding, for you know that the merit you have gathered is safely tucked away in the sanctuary of your own integrity, where no external storm can ever reach it. There is a touching story from a high mountain village about a man who spent his afternoons carving small, intricate wooden flutes and leaving them on the mossy rocks near a forest path where children often played. He never stayed to watch the delight on their faces when they found the instruments, and he never told the parents who was responsible for the sudden burst of music that filled the village air every evening. He simply enjoyed the thought that a child was learning the joy of a melody because of a piece of wood he had shaped with his own hands, and that his labor was transformed into a song that belonged to everyone. This merit of spawning joy from afar is a beautiful way to live, focusing on the expansion of happiness in the world rather than the expansion of our own reputation, allowing our lives to be a source of unexpected magic for the people around us. Think about the merit found in the way we handle the success of those who have been our rivals or those who have at times made our path more difficult than it needed to be. To offer a sincere and warm congratulations to someone who has achieved what we ourselves desired, without a trace of bitterness in our voice, is a magnificent act of self-transcendence that cleanses the mind of the poison of envy. By choosing to see their achievement as a victory for the human spirit rather than a loss for yourself, you are expanding your heart to include the joys of others as if they were your own. This practice of unbounded celebration turns the world into a place of infinite abundance, where there is always enough room for everyone to shine, and where your own light is made brighter by the light you recognize in others. There was once a quiet woman who lived near a busy train station and made it her practice to always carry a few extra small coins and some clean water to give to the birds and the stray animals that gathered in the dusty corners of the platform. She moved with such a gentle pace that even the most skittish creatures began to trust her presence, sensing that she was a person who carried no harm and only a steady, cool compassion. Her merit was not in a grand charity, but in the consistency of her small care, the way she acknowledged the thirst of a tiny life that most commuters would simply step over without a second thought. This merit of the small witness reminds us that we are all guardians of the creatures that share our space, and that our sensitivity to the needs of the voiceless is the true measure of our spiritual depth. In the way we navigate the digital landscape, there is a unique and vital merit in being the person who refuses to share a rumor or a piece of information that might damage someone's dignity, even if that information is trending or popular to discuss. To be a dead end for negativity, where a harsh story stops and goes no further, is a high form of digital protection that helps to maintain the sanity and the kindness of the online world. By choosing to share only what is helpful, true, and encouraging, you are acting as a filter that allows the light of the human spirit to pass through while trapping the silt of gossip and malice. This digital integrity is a modern way to practice the ancient virtue of right speech, ensuring that your online footprint is a path of flowers rather than a trail of thorns for those who follow you. Consider the merit created in the way we treat our own failures and the times we feel we have acted out of alignment with our best selves, the grace it takes to forgive ourselves without becoming complacent. To look at a mistake with a clear eye, to learn the lesson it carries, and then to let the shame go so that you can return to being a source of light for others, is a profound act of internal healing. When we are not burdened by a heavy weight of self-reproach, we have more energy to give to the world and more patience to offer to others who are also struggling with their own imperfections. This self-forgiveness is the fertile soil from which a more resilient and humble wisdom grows, allowing you to be a kinder companion to everyone you meet on the road of life. There was a story of a young student who was tasked with keeping the lamps in the courtyard lit throughout the long, windy nights of the autumn season, a task that required constant attention and many trips back and forth with a small shield to protect the flames. At first, he felt the task was menial and exhausting, but as he watched the travelers find their way to the monastery gates by the light of his lamps, he realized that he was not just tending to fire, but was holding the light of safety for the world. His merit was found in the persistence of his care, the way he refused to let the wind win, and the way his small lamps became a bridge between the darkness of the forest and the warmth of the sanctuary. We can all be the tenders of the lamp in our own families and workplaces, by being the person who consistently provides the light of encouragement and the warmth of a steady presence, regardless of how cold the external world may feel. Think of the way you handle the objects in your life that are reaching the end of their usefulness, the worn-out clothes, the old tools, and the empty containers that have served you well. To discard these things with a sense of gratitude, perhaps by cleaning them one last time or by ensuring they are recycled in a way that allows their material to become something new, is an act of merit that reflects your respect for the resources of the earth. This mindfulness of departure prevents us from becoming callous and reminds us that every object carries a history of human labor and natural abundance that deserves our recognition. By closing the loop of our consumption with a gesture of respect, we are practicing a form of stewardship that honors the sanctity of the material world and ensures that we are always living in a state of appreciative awareness. Imagine the merit of being a person who can hold a quiet space during a chaotic meeting or a heated family discussion, not by withdrawing in indifference, but by being so deeply centered that your calm becomes contagious. Your silence becomes a mirror in which others can see their own agitation, and your steady breathing acts as a natural rhythm that invites everyone to slow down and listen more carefully. This merit of the center is a profound service to any group, as it prevents the escalation of conflict and allows the voice of reason and kindness to finally be heard above the noise of the ego. By being the one who doesn't react, you are giving everyone else permission to find their own stillness, making you a hidden architect of peace in the middle of a storm. There is an account of a master who was once seen repairing a small, broken fence in a public field that didn't belong to him, working under the hot sun to ensure that the stray animals would not wander into the dangerous road nearby. When asked why he was doing the work of a stranger for no pay, he said that the fence was a part of the world's safety, and as long as he was a part of the world, it was his responsibility to mend what was broken within his reach. This merit of the local mend is a reminder that we don't need to fix the entire planet to be of immense value. We simply need to look at the broken fences in our immediate vicinity, the misunderstood friend, the messy park, the forgotten promise, and offer our hands to make them whole again. This grounded and practical compassion is the foundation of a life of merit, turning our daily movements into a series of small but vital contributions to the stability and the beauty of the entire universe. As you move through your daily routine, try to be more like the clouds, which move across the sky with a sense of perfect fluidity, offering shade when it is hot and rain when the earth is dry, yet never trying to cling to the sky or claim the land below. The clouds give of themselves completely and then dissolve, making way for the sun or the stars without a single moment of regret or a need for a name. When we perform our acts of merit with this same quality of fluidity and non-attachment, we find that our goodness becomes a natural and effortless part of our existence, a spontaneous response to the needs of the moment. Keep your heart open and your spirit light, knowing that you are a vital part of the great cycle of giving and receiving that sustains all of life, and that every breath you take in a state of awareness is a sacred offering to the world. Think about the way you treat the difficult parts of your own day, the chores you dislike, the people who challenge your patience, and the moments of boredom that often make us feel restless and dissatisfied. There is a hidden and powerful merit in bringing a sense of devotional attention to these very things, transforming a mundane task into a meditation and a difficult person into a teacher of resilience. When you wash a dish with the same care you would give to a precious gem, or when you listen to a complaining friend with the same presence you would give to a great sage, you are breaking the habit of dividing the world into the important and the unimportant. This unification of your awareness ensures that your merit is not something you do only on special occasions, but is a steady and luminous quality that touches everything you do, making your entire life a continuous stream of blessings for yourself and for the world. I remember a story about a woman who lived in a small apartment and made it her practice to always grow a few extra pots of vibrant herbs and flowers on her balcony, specifically so she could give them away to the young couples who moved into the building as a starter kit for a peaceful home. She believed that a living plant could change the energy of a room and remind people to be patient and nurturing with each other during the stresses of a new beginning. Her merit was in her foresight and her desire to plant the seeds of harmony in the lives of strangers, a quiet and beautiful service that made her an anchor of kindness in the ever-changing population of the city. We can all find our own way to offer a starter kit of peace to those we meet, whether through a supportive book, a helpful tip, or a simple word of encouragement that helps them feel at home in their own journey. As the afternoon light begins to deepen into the warm colors of the sunset, take a moment to breathe into the space of your own heart and to feel the quiet joy of a day lived with intention. Every small choice you made to be kind, to stay patient, and to act with integrity has added a new layer of light to the world and a new depth of wisdom to your own character. There is no need to count your deeds or to compare your path with anyone else, for the merit you have created is already a part of the invisible fabric of the universe, supporting you and everyone you love in ways you can only imagine. Trust in the quiet power of your own goodness, and know that you are a vital and beautiful part of the magnificent and unfolding story of the light, making the world a more compassionate and hopeful place with every breath you take. In the soft stillness that follows a long day of movement, there is a delicate merit in the way we hold the silence of our own hearts, a quiet strength that comes from not needing to explain ourselves to the world. We often feel the urge to justify our kindness or to make sure our good deeds are visible to others, yet there is a profound spiritual ripening that occurs when we keep our virtues as a private conversation between ourselves and the universe. When you perform a gesture of care and let it sink into the earth like a fallen leaf, without looking back to see who noticed, you are cultivating a heart that is truly independent and free from the hunger for praise. This internal reserve of goodness becomes a steady anchor during times of criticism or misunderstanding, for you know that the merit you have gathered is safely tucked away in the sanctuary of your own integrity, where no external storm can ever reach it. There is a touching story from a high mountain village about a man who spent his afternoons carving small, intricate wooden flutes and leaving them on the mossy rocks near a forest path where children often played. He never stayed to watch the delight on their faces when they found the instruments, and he never told the parents who was responsible for the sudden burst of music that filled the village air every evening. He simply enjoyed the thought that a child was learning the joy of a melody because of a piece of wood he had shaped with his own hands, and that his labor was transformed into a song that belonged to everyone. This merit of spawning joy from afar is a beautiful way to live, focusing on the expansion of happiness in the world rather than the expansion of our own reputation, allowing our lives to be a source of unexpected magic for the people around us. Think about the merit found in the way we handle the success of those who have been our rivals or those who have at times made our path more difficult than it needed to be. To offer a sincere and warm congratulations to someone who has achieved what we ourselves desired, without a trace of bitterness in our voice, is a magnificent act of self-transcendence that cleanses the mind of the poison of envy. By choosing to see their achievement as a victory for the human spirit rather than a loss for yourself, you are expanding your heart to include the joys of others as if they were your own. This practice of unbounded celebration turns the world into a place of infinite abundance, where there is always enough room for everyone to shine, and where your own light is made brighter by the light you recognize in others. There was once a quiet woman who lived near a busy train station and made it her practice to always carry a few extra small coins and some clean water to give to the birds and the stray animals that gathered in the dusty corners of the platform. She moved with such a gentle pace that even the most skittish creatures began to trust her presence, sensing that she was a person who carried no harm and only a steady, cool compassion. Her merit was not in a grand charity, but in the consistency of her small care, the way she acknowledged the thirst of a tiny life that most commuters would simply step over without a second thought. This merit of the small witness reminds us that we are all guardians of the creatures that share our space, and that our sensitivity to the needs of the voiceless is the true measure of our spiritual depth. In the way we navigate the digital landscape, there is a unique and vital merit in being the person who refuses to share a rumor or a piece of information that might damage someone's dignity, even if that information is trending or popular to discuss. To be a dead end for negativity, where a harsh story stops and goes no further, is a high form of digital protection that helps to maintain the sanity and the kindness of the online world. By choosing to share only what is helpful, true, and encouraging, you are acting as a filter that allows the light of the human spirit to pass through while trapping the silt of gossip and malice. This digital integrity is a modern way to practice the ancient virtue of right speech, ensuring that your online footprint is a path of flowers rather than a trail of thorns for those who follow you. Consider the merit created in the way we treat our own failures and the times we feel we have acted out of alignment with our best selves, the grace it takes to forgive ourselves without becoming complacent. To look at a mistake with a clear eye, to learn the lesson it carries, and then to let the shame go so that you can return to being a source of light for others, is a profound act of internal healing. When we are not burdened by a heavy weight of self-reproach, we have more energy to give to the world and more patience to offer to others who are also struggling with their own imperfections. This self-forgiveness is the fertile soil from which a more resilient and humble wisdom grows, allowing you to be a kinder companion to everyone you meet on the road of life. There was a story of a young student who was tasked with keeping the lamps in the courtyard lit throughout the long, windy nights of the autumn season, a task that required constant attention and many trips back and forth with a small shield to protect the flames. At first, he felt the task was menial and exhausting, but as he watched the travelers find their way to the monastery gates by the light of his lamps, he realized that he was not just tending to fire, but was holding the light of safety for the world. His merit was found in the persistence of his care, the way he refused to let the wind win, and the way his small lamps became a bridge between the darkness of the forest and the warmth of the sanctuary. We can all be the tenders of the lamp in our own families and workplaces, by being the person who consistently provides the light of encouragement and the warmth of a steady presence, regardless of how cold the external world may feel. Think of the way you handle the objects in your life that are reaching the end of their usefulness, the worn-out clothes, the old tools, and the empty containers that have served you well. To discard these things with a sense of gratitude, perhaps by cleaning them one last time or by ensuring they are recycled in a way that allows their material to become something new, is an act of merit that reflects your respect for the resources of the earth. This mindfulness of departure prevents us from becoming callous and reminds us that every object carries a history of human labor and natural abundance that deserves our recognition. By closing the loop of our consumption with a gesture of respect, we are practicing a form of stewardship that honors the sanctity of the material world and ensures that we are always living in a state of appreciative awareness. Imagine the merit of being a person who can hold a quiet space during a chaotic meeting or a heated family discussion, not by withdrawing in indifference, but by being so deeply centered that your calm becomes contagious. Your silence becomes a mirror in which others can see their own agitation, and your steady breathing acts as a natural rhythm that invites everyone to slow down and listen more carefully. This merit of the center is a profound service to any group, as it prevents the escalation of conflict and allows the voice of reason and kindness to finally be heard above the noise of the ego. By being the one who doesn't react, you are giving everyone else permission to find their own stillness, making you a hidden architect of peace in the middle of a storm. There is an account of a master who was once seen repairing a small, broken fence in a public field that didn't belong to him, working under the hot sun to ensure that the stray animals would not wander into the dangerous road nearby. When asked why he was doing the work of a stranger for no pay, he said that the fence was a part of the world's safety, and as long as he was a part of the world, it was his responsibility to mend what was broken within his reach. This merit of the local mend is a reminder that we don't need to fix the entire planet to be of immense value. We simply need to look at the broken fences in our immediate vicinity, the misunderstood friend, the messy park, the forgotten promise, and offer our hands to make them whole again. This grounded and practical compassion is the foundation of a life of merit, turning our daily movements into a series of small but vital contributions to the stability and the beauty of the entire universe. As you move through your daily routine, try to be more like the clouds, which move across the sky with a sense of perfect fluidity, offering shade when it is hot and rain when the earth is dry, yet never trying to cling to the sky or claim the land below. The clouds give of themselves completely and then dissolve, making way for the sun or the stars without a single moment of regret or a need for a name. When we perform our acts of merit with this same quality of fluidity and non-attachment, we find that our goodness becomes a natural and effortless part of our existence, a spontaneous response to the needs of the moment. Keep your heart open and your spirit light, knowing that you are a vital part of the great cycle of giving and receiving that sustains all of life, and that every breath you take in a state of awareness is a sacred offering to the world. Think about the way you treat the difficult parts of your own day, the chores you dislike, the people who challenge your patience, and the moments of boredom that often make us feel restless and dissatisfied. There is a hidden and powerful merit in bringing a sense of devotional attention to these very things, transforming a mundane task into a meditation and a difficult person into a teacher of resilience. When you wash a dish with the same care you would give to a precious gem, or when you listen to a complaining friend with the same presence you would give to a great sage, you are breaking the habit of dividing the world into the important and the unimportant. This unification of your awareness ensures that your merit is not something you do only on special occasions, but is a steady and luminous quality that touches everything you do, making your entire life a continuous stream of blessings for yourself and for the world. I remember a story about a woman who lived in a small apartment and made it her practice to always grow a few extra pots of vibrant herbs and flowers on her balcony, specifically so she could give them away to the young couples who moved into the building as a starter kit for a peaceful home. She believed that a living plant could change the energy of a room and remind people to be patient and nurturing with each other during the stresses of a new beginning. Her merit was in her foresight and her desire to plant the seeds of harmony in the lives of strangers, a quiet and beautiful service that made her an anchor of kindness in the ever-changing population of the city. We can all find our own way to offer a starter kit of peace to those we meet, whether through a supportive book, a helpful tip, or a simple word of encouragement that helps them feel at home in their own journey. As the afternoon light begins to deepen into the warm colors of the sunset, take a moment to breathe into the space of your own heart and to feel the quiet joy of a day lived with intention. Every small choice you made to be kind, to stay patient, and to act with integrity has added a new layer of light to the world and a new depth of wisdom to your own character. There is no need to count your deeds or to compare your path with anyone else, for the merit you have created is already a part of the invisible fabric of the universe, supporting you and everyone you love in ways you can only imagine. Trust in the quiet power of your own goodness, and know that you are a vital and beautiful part of the magnificent and unfolding story of the light, making the world a more compassionate and hopeful place with every breath you take. In the soft, rhythmic breathing of the late evening, when the hustle of the world has finally retreated into a distant hum, we can find a profound and luminous merit in the way we handle the quiet echoes of our own past, specifically the way we choose to view the people who have drifted away from our lives. There is a sacred generosity in offering a silent blessing to a friend from years ago, a former colleague, or a teacher whose lessons have faded, wishing them well in their current journey without needing them to know or to return the favor. This merit of unattached goodwill is like sending a ship of light out into a vast ocean, knowing it will reach a distant shore and bring warmth to someone you may never speak to again. By releasing any old attachments or lingering expectations and replacing them with a simple, pure wish for their happiness, you are cleaning the hidden corners of your own heart and creating a field of peace that reaches across time and space. There is a gentle story from a remote valley about an old woman who spent her nights weaving small, sturdy baskets from fallen willow branches and then placing them along the riverbank for the local fishermen to find and use for their catch. She never signed her name and she never waited for the morning to see who picked them up. She simply enjoyed the tactile process of weaving and the thought of her hands providing a useful tool for a stranger's survival. One winter, when the river froze and the fishing stopped, the villagers found that these same baskets were being used by birds to build nests and by small animals to store food, showing that her merit had expanded far beyond its original intent to touch the entire ecosystem of the valley. This reminds us that when we offer our energy to the world with a pure heart, the universe has a way of multiplying our goodness and directing it toward wherever it is needed most, creating a legacy of care that is much larger than we could ever imagine. Think about the merit created in the way we use our imagination when we hear about the struggles of people in far-off lands, those whom we will never meet and whose cultures might seem very different from our own. To take a moment to truly feel their humanity, to send a thought of solidarity to a family facing a storm in another hemisphere, or to wish for the peace of a city you have only seen on a map, is a high form of mental merit that dissolves the boundaries of nationality and race. Your empathy is a bridge of light that connects you to the collective soul of humanity, and by refusing to be indifferent to the pain of the world, you are contributing to a global shift toward a more compassionate and unified planet. This merit of the global heart ensures that your spirit is never small or restricted, but is as vast as the earth itself, vibrating with a deep and steady love for all living beings. There was once a quiet man who lived in a crowded apartment building and made it his practice to always carry a small cloth and a bit of oil to polish the shared handrails and the brass doorknobs of the entrance whenever he came home. He did this not because it was his job, but because he believed that a clean and shining entrance would give his neighbors a sense of dignity and a feeling of being welcomed as they returned from their difficult days in the city. His merit was in the subtle refinement of the environment, the way he turned a common space into a place of respect and care through his own humble labor. By looking for these small ways to polish the world around you, whether by organizing a messy shelf in a public space, or by leaving a kind note for a delivery person, brings a sense of the sacred into the most ordinary corners of our shared existence. Consider the merit found in the way we handle our own boredom, those moments of empty time that we usually try to kill with mindless scrolling or restless activity, and instead choosing to sit with the stillness and observe the movement of life with a sense of wonder. To be a person who is comfortable in their own presence, and who can find the beauty in the way a shadow moves across the wall or the way the dust motes dance in a beam of light, is a form of spiritual abundance that is deeply calming for everyone in your life. Your contentment is a gift to the world, as it proves that happiness is not something that needs to be chased or purchased, but is something that arises naturally when we stop resisting the present moment. This merit of the quiet eye makes you a source of stability and peace, showing others that it is possible to find a deep and lasting fulfillment in the simple mystery of being alive. There is a story of a young man who worked as a messenger and made it his secret rule to always pause for a few seconds before knocking on a door, taking a deep breath and intending that the news he brought, whether good or bad, would be met with a heart of resilience and clarity. He realized that he was not just delivering paper, but was an actor in the life stories of hundreds of people, and he wanted his presence to be a stabilizing force during their moments of change. His merit was in the intentionality of his transitions, the way he brought a quality of sacredness to a mundane task through the power of his own focused goodwill. We can all be the messengers of peace in our own lives, by bringing a sense of mindfulness to every door we open and every person we greet, ensuring that the energy we carry into a room is a source of comfort and light. Imagine the merit of being a person who can offer sincere praise to a stranger, acknowledging the beauty of their garden, the skill of their driving, or the kindness they showed to their child, without any desire to start a long conversation or to gain anything in return. To be a spontaneous witness to the goodness of others is a magnificent way to strengthen the web of human connection and to provide a much-needed boost of encouragement in a world that often focuses on criticism. When you tell someone they are doing a great job, you are providing them with a mirror of their own light, which can give them the strength to keep going during their own dark nights. This merit of the golden word is a source of immense healing, a simple but powerful tool that turns every interaction into an opportunity for upliftment and a celebration of the human spirit's potential. There was once a wise teacher who lived by a busy marketplace and made it his practice to always keep a small bowl of cool, fresh water and a few clean towels for the laborers who carried heavy loads under the hot sun. He wouldn't offer them advice or try to teach them anything. He would simply offer the water with a smile and a nod of respect, acknowledging the weight they were carrying and the dignity of their effort. This merit of the silent refresh is a reminder that the most profound spiritual service is often the most practical and the most humble, focusing on the immediate physical comfort of those around us. By being the one who notices the thirst, the fatigue, or the cold of another, and responding with a simple gesture of care, you are acting as a conduit for the universe's infinite compassion, making the world a more merciful and supportive place for everyone. Think of the way you handle your own internal weather, the times when you feel a storm of anxiety or a cloud of sadness moving through your mind, and the merit of holding those feelings with a sense of gentle curiosity rather than with a sense of panic or self-judgment. To be a kind host to your own difficult emotions is a profound act of internal charity that prevents you from projecting your pain onto the world and allows you to stay centered in your values. When you can say to your own fear, "I see you, and it's okay," you are creating a sanctuary within yourself that can eventually become a sanctuary for others who are struggling with their own storms. This merit of emotional hospitality is a vital foundation for a life of wisdom, as it allows you to move through the world with a sense of grace and integrity, regardless of what is happening in the theater of your mind. There was a story about a traveler who was walking through a parched and dusty land and found a small, neglected spring that was barely trickling because it was blocked by fallen leaves and debris. Instead of just drinking what he needed and moving on, he spent his afternoon carefully clearing the channel and building a small basin of stones to catch the water, making sure that it would be a reliable source for the next person who came that way. He knew he would never see the travelers who benefited from his work, and he would never be thanked, but he felt a sense of deep satisfaction in knowing that he had widened the stream of life in a difficult place. This is a perfect metaphor for the way we can create merit in our own communities, by being the ones who fix what is broken, who clear the paths, and who build systems of support that will continue to function long after we have moved on. As you move through the final routines of the day, the folding of clothes, the locking of doors, the dimming of lights, try to do these things with a sense of devotional rhythm, as if you are preparing a temple for a sacred ceremony. There is a quiet and steady merit in the way we handle the repetitive details of our domestic life, turning them into a series of mindful gestures that express our respect for our home and our life. When you lock your door, do it with a wish for the safety of everyone in your building. When you dim the lights, do it with a wish for the deep and restful sleep of the whole world. This intentionality turns your daily life into a continuous prayer of care, a beautiful and enduring resonance that fills your environment with a sense of peace and ensures that your final thoughts before sleep are aligned with the light. Think about the merit found in the way we treat the memories of those who have passed away, the respect we show for their journey and the gratitude we feel for the lessons they left behind. To speak of them with kindness, to honor the values they stood for, and to forgive them for their imperfections, is a way of creating a field of peace that reaches back through the generations and heals the roots of your own life. By being a keeper of the light for those who are no longer here, you are ensuring that their goodness continues to ripple forward in the world through your own actions and your own character. This ancestral merit is a source of great strength and grounding, reminding you that you are part of a long and noble story of human effort and that your life is a sacred trust that you carry on behalf of all those who came before you. I remember a story about a man who lived in a busy city and made it his secret practice to always leave a few small, beautiful seeds on his windowsill for the city birds, and he would spend a few minutes every morning simply watching them with a heart of pure affection. He said that these tiny, winged visitors were his connection to the vastness of nature and that their presence reminded him to stay light and to keep his own spirit ready for flight. His merit was in the quiet consistency of his care and the way he found a source of wonder in the middle of a concrete world, a wonder that he then shared with everyone he met through the sweetness of his disposition. We can all find our own way to feed the birds in our lives, by noticing and nurturing the small sparks of life and beauty that exist even in the most artificial environments, making our journey a source of renewal and hope for ourselves and for others. As the moon takes its place in the center of the sky and the stars glow with a steady and ancient brilliance, take a moment to breathe into the presence of the merit you have cultivated throughout this long and beautiful day. Every kind thought, every hidden act of service, every moment of patience, and every gesture of gratitude has been a drop of light that you have added to the collective heart of the universe. There is no need to count your deeds or to look for rewards, for the peace that now settles into your own mind is the greatest reward of all, a silent and steady confirmation of your own integrity. Trust in the power of your own goodness, and know that you are a vital and beautiful part of the magnificent and unfolding story of the light, leading us all home to the heart of peace. The night is a time for deep integration and for a restful soaking in of the wisdom of the day, allowing the merit you have created to become the very foundation of your character. Let your sleep be a state of profound sanctuary, where your mind and body are nourished by the stillness and the quiet of the cosmos, preparing you for the new opportunities for goodness that the morning sun will surely bring. When you wake up, let your first thought be one of gratitude for the gift of a new day, and your first action be one of kindness toward yourself and others, continuing the beautiful and endless dance of merit in every single moment of your life. You are a source of light for the world, and your journey of compassion and wisdom is a sacred and beautiful contribution to the unfolding of the magnificent story of life, making the world a more vibrant and hopeful place for all beings everywhere. In the profound stillness of this final watch, as the stars begin to dim and the first faint whisper of the coming dawn touches the edge of the horizon, we find the ultimate merit in the art of total, unconditional surrender to the present moment, a state where we no longer strive to become anything other than a clear channel for the universe's innate compassion. There is a magnificent, quiet dignity in reaching a place where our goodness is no longer a choice we make, but has become the very fabric of our being, as natural and effortless as the fragrance rising from a jasmine flower in the cool night air. When you move through the world with a heart that has nothing to prove and nothing to protect, you are practicing a form of merit that is as vast as the ocean and as steady as the earth, providing a silent sanctuary for every soul that crosses your path. This level of spiritual maturity is not about reaching a peak, but about deepening the roots of your humility until you realize that every breath is a gift, every encounter is a blessing, and every challenge is a sacred opportunity to practice the alchemy of love. There is a timeless story about an old monk who lived in a small, remote hut on a mountain pass, and his only possession was a large, bronze bell that he would ring every time he felt a surge of gratitude for the beauty of the world. He didn't ring it to call people to prayer or to signal the time, he simply rang it as a spontaneous overflow of his own inner peace, and the sound would echo through the valleys, reaching the ears of weary farmers and tired travelers miles away. People began to notice that whenever they heard the bell, their own worries seemed to lift for a moment, and they felt a strange, comforting connection to a source of goodness they couldn't see. His merit was not in a specific deed or a planned charity, but in the sheer purity of his joy, which acted as a healing resonance for the entire region, proving that a single heart in a state of grace can harmonize the atmosphere of an entire world. Think about the merit found in the way we handle the moments of absolute ordinary, the times when nothing special is happening, and we are simply sitting, breathing, or walking from one room to another. To bring a sense of profound reverence to these empty spaces, acknowledging the miracle of existence in every mundane detail, is a way of creating a continuous stream of merit that never dries up. When you look at your own hands with wonder, or when you feel the solid ground beneath your feet with a sense of deep thankfulness, you are aligning yourself with the primordial wisdom that knows everything is sacred. This constant state of appreciative awareness turns your entire life into a field of merit, where every gesture becomes a prayer and every thought becomes a seed of light, ensuring that your presence is a source of steady, quiet comfort for everyone you meet. There was once a woman who lived in a city of great noise and commerce, and she made it her secret practice to always leave a small, beautiful shell or a polished stone on the park benches where the elderly sat to rest. She never stayed to see who found them, and she never spoke of her habit to anyone. She simply enjoyed the thought of a stranger's hand closing over a smooth, cool object and feeling a momentary sense of connection to the vast mystery of the sea. Her merit was in the gentle interruption of the world's coldness, the way she inserted a small token of beauty into the mechanical routine of urban life, reminding people that they were seen and that the world still held surprises of kindness. By looking for these tiny, poetic ways to bless the strangers in your life, you are acting as a secret agent of the light, weaving a web of enchantment that makes the world feel like a more magical and cared-for place for everyone. Consider the merit created in the way we handle our own departures from the lives of others, the grace it takes to leave a room, a job, or a relationship in a way that leaves the door of the heart open. To move on with a sense of gratitude for the lessons learned, and to wish for the absolute well-being of those we are leaving behind, is a high form of spiritual generosity that prevents the hardening of the world. By refusing to carry the silt of past grievances into your new chapters, you are ensuring that your merit remains clear and vibrant, a source of fresh energy for everyone you encounter in the future. This merit of the clean slate allows you to be a person of constant renewal, someone who brings a sense of hope and a fresh start to every situation, making you a vital contributor to the collective healing of humanity. There is a story of a traveler who was crossing a high, snowy pass and found a small, frozen bird that had fallen from its nest, and instead of just passing by, he tucked the tiny creature into the warmth of his own cloak against his chest. He walked for many miles, his own body shivering from the cold, but he kept the bird close until he reached the warmth of a valley where the sun was shining and the bird was able to fly away. He didn't do it because he expected the bird to thank him, but because he couldn't bear to see such a small life go out when he had the warmth to save it. This merit of the shared flame is a reminder that we all carry a fire of compassion within us, and our greatest purpose is to use that fire to warm those who have been caught in the winter of their own lives. Imagine the merit of being a person who can see the hidden potential in a moment of conflict, someone who can stay soft when everyone else is becoming hard, and who can offer a word of peace when the air is thick with anger. To be the cool water that puts out the fire of resentment is a magnificent service to the world, as it prevents the chain reaction of pain from continuing to the next generation. Your ability to hold a space of non-reaction and to look for the common humanity in your enemy is a form of spiritual bravery that transforms the very nature of human interaction. This merit of the peacemaker of the heart creates a ripple effect of reconciliation that can heal entire lineages, making you a source of profound stability and hope in a world that is often fragmented by division. Think of the way you handle your own internal abundance, the talents, the wisdom, and the love that you have gathered over a lifetime, and the merit of holding these things with a loose hand, ready to give them away whenever the world asks. To be a person of extravagant generosity, who doesn't calculate the cost of their kindness or the return on their investment, is to live with a heart that is truly aligned with the infinite nature of the universe. When you share your knowledge with a rival, or when you give your time to someone who can never repay you, you are participating in a divine flow of energy that ensures your own well will never run dry. This merit of the open palm is a sign of a soul that has found its true wealth within, and it makes you a channel for a level of goodness that is truly boundless. There was once a wise teacher who said that the greatest merit we can create is to live in such a way that our very presence makes others feel safe to be themselves, a sanctuary where they don't have to hide their flaws or perform for approval. This means you are a person of such profound acceptance and such steady kindness that people naturally drop their defenses when they are around you, allowing their own inner light to finally shine through. To be a witness to the beauty of others is a sacred role, as it helps people to remember their own worth and to find the courage to grow into their highest potential. Your merit is the mirror of love you hold up for the world, a mirror that shows everyone the noble and luminous being that they truly are, even if they have forgotten it themselves. As we reach the final moments of this shared contemplation, as the sun finally breaks over the horizon and floods the world with a golden, triumphant light, take a moment to breathe into the total fulfillment of your own journey. Every act of merit you have ever performed, every kind word, every hidden sacrifice, and every moment of silent patience has led you to this very breath, a breath that is now part of the vast and beautiful resonance of a world made more compassionate by your existence. There is no longer any need to search for merit, for you have become merit itself, a living, breathing expression of the universe's desire for harmony and peace. Trust in the absolute perfection of your own unfolding, and know that you are a vital, beautiful, and eternal part of the magnificent and endless story of the light. The day is now fully here, a fresh canvas of infinite possibility where you can continue to dance with the world with a heart of pure, unattached love. Let your every movement be a gesture of grace, your every word be a melody of truth, and your every silence be a sanctuary of peace for all beings. You are never alone, for the echoes of your own goodness are the very atmosphere you breathe, and the gratitude of the entire universe is the silent song that guides you home to the heart of all that is. Live with a sense of wonder, love with a sense of freedom, and rest in the knowledge that you are a source of light that can never be extinguished, a beautiful contribution to the eternal awakening of the world. Each step you take is a victory, each smile you offer is a blessing, and each moment of your life is a masterpiece of merit that will shine in the heart of the universe forever, leading us all into a future made of nothing but pure, radiant, and everlasting peace.